And hello everyone, this is Dark Scream, and we're checking out The Pale Beyond, Bellular's game. Really excited for this one, and in case you don't know, usually in these types of single-player, narrative choice-driven games, I try to play a psychotic asshole. I try to pick the craziest choice possible. It's one of the things I like about playing games like Fallout is you just be evil. Try to become a ghoul and eat people's corpses. You know, like that's the whole point of a video game, right? It's do things you can't do in the real world. So, let's see if he's prepared for the truly degenerate mind of Dark Scream games. Here we go. Oh, the air's bees cold, of flake and white as a sailor begs their pledge. That in the dark they'll brace themselves for horrors still ahead. To the souls around them, shielding fear, dividing up their dread. Hunger draws the desperate here. It's one that can't be fed. What will ye do when steel hearts break and courage does abscond? I'll do what must be done indeed, out in the pale beyond. You're alone in the office. Tea in your hand has long since gone cold. I'd rather have coffee. Yeah. Looking around the room, you can make out a collection of military books. On the desk is a ship in a bottle. Metronome ticks away steadily. It's insufferable. The constant chime begins to wear at the patience. Stop its infernal ticking. Break the needle off. I'm gonna put it in my pocket. That's right. Ah, there's footsteps coming up the stairs. I'll take a seat. Show him your teeth. More than I'd care to admit. What are you insinuating? That each of them was a person, probably with a family? Yeah, you hit that pipe, Captain. That's a good hit. Jaw. I'm told it's worth the wait. That's true. That's what I heard about the Pale Beyond. There's been a lot of candidates. Some good, some bad. Interesting mix. Months of darkness. Low wages. Slim chance of safe return. That didn't deter you, did it? It's hard to find a good job, you know. Yep. It's about more about just the money. I've been all over. Only evading them. Is that a problem? Oh yeah. Yep. Of course not. I'm a murderer. So, where are we going? I suppose that's true. Was an earned title once. Anyway, she never came back. Presumed lost to the ice, okay? You're gonna get us killed. That's true, I did say that. Alright, you have my attention. I like research. They're definitely all dead. Okay, we don't care about the people, we just want the ship. Yep, that's the job, get the ship. Who's paying for this? Superstition will get you killed, because I don't like it and I might, well... So what do I think? I need a job, so I was gonna say yes no matter what you offered. Very good. I stole his metronome needle. Don't you need more information? Okay, yep, he's going for it. No, I'm not telling him. I'm not telling him I stole his metronome needle. That's gonna be useful later. I'm gonna, like, I don't know. Alright, we have a little time skip. We are at the docks. It is the Temperance. Okay, so they're gonna make me click on it. Walk the cobble to the boarding ramp. Beside is a sharply dressed man overseeing the loading of cargo. That's that dude. Turns to you with a stern expression. You can feel his eyes assessing you. He's unable to place you. May I have your name? Address me properly. I'm the first mate of this ship. Okay, here starts the psycho playthrough. Officer Shaw, I'm Mr. Templeton. I shall be operating the Chief Science Officer. I'm also the incumbent representative of our benefactor. Do, however, consider myself and my team at you and the captain's disposal. I'm fairly certain we're all disposable. The rabble I've spent sorting this afternoon are the same that you'll have to whip into shape. Punctuality, schedule, strict adherence is what we need if this expedition is to succeed. Yep, okay. I doubt there will be an issue. The less valuable time we waste here, the better. Oh, you can screw around in town first. The young man stands at the ramp, steeling himself for the journey ahead. Hesitantly, he begins to drag his feet up and onto the ship. Okay, so he's going. It'll be quite some time before I see the city again, so you can't actually do anything. You just go to the boat, I guess. I guess that's what we do, we just go to the boat. It's a pretty nice boat. Oh, here we go. Oh, that intro. Fuck yeah. Well, it's been a month. Scroll down to the bottom for some reason. Oh, this is my... 1 month since I signed on, and 1 week since we've set sail aboard the Temperance. I'm told the waters will get warmer as we pass the hemisphere, before they turn colder. Captain Hunt has mostly kept to his quarters so far. I need to know if I can trust Captain Hunt. I've heard the rumors. Drinking, desertion. There's probably a good reason he's dressed in antiques. Enigmatic indeed. Mustn't let my guard down. There are now 22 of us, including the captain. Our next port will be our last before we enter the ice, to pick up the remaining 4 members of the crew, the scouting team. Hunt is also keen to work out a deal on a pack of sledding dogs. They smell terrible, although I'm told it will soon be too cold on the ice to smell anything at all. I can't help but wonder who's footing the bill for all this. Certainly not the captain. I need to investigate further. But I've never been on a ship like this before. One of the finest ships of its day, cauterized and mangled with iron and roaring machinery. Historic carvings line the wood, now desecrated, with veins of oil and pipe. An abomination, but for the coming weeks, my home. One of Hunt's sailors approaches. Captain wants you at the helm. Why? Didn't ask. He leaves. You ascend the stairs to the stern and find the old captain manning the helm of the ship. Ah, Robin, lovely day for it, isn't it? One of your lackeys summoned me. Yes. I also happen to trust that lackey with my life. Thinks for a moment before stepping aside and reaching out his wrinkled hand. Here, why don't you have a try? I'm a criminal. You should take advantage of calm waters for once. I imagine you didn't see many in your past line of work. Hell yeah, I'll take the wheel. Grip the wheel of the ship. Feel the weight of the waves in your arms. Memory and your muscle wear themselves as you begin to move in time with the ship and the wind. That's cool. Can't really get much out of it, but easy. There, you have it. The captain pats you on the back. Fantastic. Now try to get a sense of where we are. Get some perspective. Oh, you can zoom in and out. Okay. Peaceful, isn't it? He takes the wheel back from you. I think I'll drink the morning in a little longer. Would you mind preparing my quarters for the day's work? There's much to do. Let's go to his cabin. His bathtub. Wow. There's some sailors battling a kraken. Sick. The desk. Variety of papers, notes, and maps. Sealed letter. Desk itself is suspended with ropes to keep it safely in place. Oh, he's got his desk tied down. That makes sense. Yeah, I see. Let's take some requests. The captain joins you. To start, there's 23 souls assigned on this expedition, ourselves included. 16 free to assigned tasks, the rest are deployed to permanent stations. You can only deploy crew who you've discovered. They must be in good health and not otherwise. Okay. We'll be picking up the scouting crew at the next port. A lot of us also seem to be in good spirits. Okay, so that's our decorum. They're happy. We've enough provisions for at least 6 months in case of emergency. Okay, so they'll starve. And more than enough fuel to see us there and back again. The sledding dogs, well, they're still a matter of negotiation. Now, on to work. Got Corvid and Cordell. Corvid and Cordell. Hey, she's got a dog. Have you agreed upon my conditions? To the point, eh? Shaw, this is Lady Cordell. Cordell is here to provide us with a kennel of hounds for the sleds. Our agreement was that she would train them up until we part ways at the nearest island, but you neglected to inform me that you were bringing my dogs through the Pale Passage. I had no intention of sending the pack to its death. You seem to have good faith in this expedition. It's one thing to ask for my whole kennel. It's another to drag them into the ice to chase a myth. Never before has a buyer been so dishonest. And never before has a seller made such strong demands. Lady Cordell? Moniker given me by the locals of the city, on account of her vernacular. I find it odd that you seem to have researched me as much as you have my kennel. I like to know who I'm negotiating with. Regardless, Shaw, she demands we allow her to come on the expedition as a member of the crew. None on this ship will have the experience and familiarity with the dogs that I possess. If you are taking them to such a brutal location, they will need me to guide them if we have any chance of survival. The humans on board too, of course. Of course. You can see my dilemma, Shaw. Bringing on another member of crew is a risk, but our hands may be tied. Your thoughts? You're so adamant, we accept. You can't decide that yourself, Shaw. You aren't the captain. But you are right. This deal is already to your benefit. Do you have anyone on board with the extensive training and management and the ruling of dogs? Your sleds are useless if you can't control the dogs efficiently enough to haul them. And I would like to ensure my dogs are treated properly. I hope you are experienced as you claim, Cordell. Trust me, I am. I'll have a room prepared for you then, below deck. No need. You'll find me in the forecastle with the dogs. She leaves. I hope I'm not making a mistake, Shaw. Yay, we got our dogs. And Corvid. Found a stowaway in the lower hold. Bring him in. Another sailor enters, leading a young man by their side. You know, you're not the first stowaway I've had. Captain studies them further. You know where we're heading, don't you? I do, sir. The ice. Did you know that before you climbed inside that crate? I did, sir. Ha! How old are you? You're hardly a useful pair of hands. Not true. I can pull my weight, sir. Do you know your jibboom from your bowsprit? I do. I learned it all from my dad. Your dad? He's Ward's son. Followed him on board back in the city. What should we do with him, Captain? Well, Shaw? You're first mate. What should we do with him? I'm gonna keep the kid. Why? We don't have time to accommodate this. If the boy wants to freeze to death, let him. Alright, boy. Consider yourself part of the crew. Keep your nose clean and follow orders. I will. Thank you, sir. Captain, not sir. Aye, Captain. Stowaway joins the two sailors below deck, now a member of the crew. Well, it seems litter has a new runt. I hope the rest won't mind sharing their rations. What of the father? What of the father? Should he be punished for letting this happen? Another mouth to feed on the ice can be the difference between life and death. I don't care. Well, maybe we'll make him a sailor by the end of this. That matter is sorted. Alright, so we did our requests. That's pretty cool. Have a quick drink here. There we go, messing with the overlay a little bit. Could you grab the Stoke brothers and order them to meet me up deck after dinner? Hefty lads, red hair, you couldn't mistake them for another. Do you require me for this meeting? No, no. This isn't a matter the first officer concerned themselves with. They'll be down on middle deck. In the meantime, you should grab a copy of the crew manifest and get acquainted with more of the crew. Where would I do that? I guess I'll leave. On closer inspection, you make out the ship's photographer, Cassia Belford, balanced on the ship's mast with a camera, lighting up the photo. Snapping a shot, she clambers down, only noticing you on her landing. Oh, Officer Shaw. It's about time I met the first officer on the ship, Cassia Belford. You seem to know me already, how so? I do my research. I suppose there was some sort of rule against what I was doing up there. Deepest apologies, but sometimes there's just a shot you can't pass up. Accomplished photographer Cassia Belford won the Bellular Prize, the highest honor in journalism, for her work covering the plague outbreaks and riots in the capital. It came as a surprise to many that such a reputable journalist would take such an interest in this expedition. There was scarcely any chance of Hunt or the benefactor turning her away. You expected some of her accolades to be older, more experienced. This is likely her first time on the sea like this. Her accomplishments surely outweigh her youth. Inexperience is a matter of interest, but her accolades speak for themselves. The Cold Game. Picture that as a header. With a piece on this voyage, I'm trying to come up with a snappy name. Nobody will read it if the title sounds like the work of an amateur. I'm not very creative. I'm sure you know better. She tilts her head and grits her teeth, holding an inner debate with herself. Maybe not. How about Hunt's Incredible Voyage? Too fantastical? Suppose I'll find the right name when the time comes. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? I'm just a little excited. I've never been on a voyage like this. Well, I suppose you've had your fill of thrills up till now. At least this thrill is within the law. You know who I am. Of course, I thoroughly researched the crew of the Temperance. May seem somewhat excessive, but I feel like that's necessary for proper chronicling. That and plenty of pictures. Don't worry, Shaw. You don't have a reputation that sets you apart from the rest. A celebrity like Kurt Darling's presence will dwarf any rumors that could form around you. That reminds me, he'll be joining us at the next port. I should get his picture at some point. Kasha holds up her camera with a sense of pride before holding it up to her face. Stand still, Shaw. Please warn me before doing that. Oh, sorry. It's for the manifest Hunt wanted me to put together for you. She hands you an annotated document. Here it is! The crew manifest! Oh, I accidentally completed the quest. So I've got Joe Gren is good at sailing and ice. Sailing and ice, sailing and ice. Sailing, and he's a stowaway. And some people I don't know. People I don't know. It's a work in progress. The scout team are set to join us at the next port, and the captain's forbidden me from the boiler room. If you could ask the others to get their portraits taken, I'd be very grateful. I don't want to leave anyone out. I'll see what I can do. Safe shots. See, I have a conscience. I can't quite be a psychopath. Have to be more psycho. Let's go below deck. Take a look around. Hello, cook. Careful, careful. You almost got drenched in broth. You should be more careful. Last I checked, you were the one rushing through my kitchen like the ship was on fire. You hear a roar from the other side of the door. Boy, what's holding you up? Cook shakes his head with a smile and chuckles lightly to himself, grabs a large pot, prepares to make his way to the hungry crew before turning his head to you. If you don't mind, could you carry that tray of biscuits there? Do I look like a cook? Do it yourself. You're the first mate, aren't you? You should be expected to help out the crew in any way you can. I don't care what you think, you're just a cook. I've also been working on our hunt longer than almost anyone. Much longer than you. But what do I know? Suit yourself. Junior, where's the bloody feed? I'm on my way. Uh-oh. That's a bug for the Bellular team. Who wished to eat with him? Oh, did he? Suit yourself, Shaw. Hunt wants to meet me. Take it he wants to meet my brother as well. Then I'll grab him for you. He's more quick to offend than me. You can call them to dinner. You can go talk to the Johns. Oh, you're Officer Shaw. 2 Johns. Oh, 2 Johns is just one person. Tries to shake my hand, but can't do it while also holding the crate. Okay, I met the John. Let's have dinner. I'm gonna be an asshole at dinner too, if possible. The crew have their meal. It passes in relative silence. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Twilight falls. Over dinner, you hear the newly picked up stowaway speaking with a one-armed man. You're lucky Hunt didn't throw you overboard. Half a mind to do that myself. Come on, Dad. I'm here to help. Better know that involves work. Don't expect special treatment. I won't. You're an impossible child, Timmy. Now we have Doug and Timmy. Oh, here's this fella. He's one of the science guys. Mr. Gloss. Let me look in the light. Where was it now? He notices you. Ah, Officer Shaw, correct? Dwight Glossley. Apologies, I seem to have misplaced something while setting in the cabin. A bottle of wine, actually. Perhaps one of the sailors took it. Goodness, I would hope not. My wife and I bought a bottle to celebrate with. To be saved for the journey back, of course. Well, if you find it, please let me know. If I find a bottle of wine, I might give it to that guy, or I might drink. Open the journal. Okay. Those little, poetry options are my journal, I guess. There's the ocean, there's Templeton. As you look over the railing to the ocean, a wisp of smoke flies past your face. Turn to examine a sailor with a pipe in his mouth and a sheet of papers in his hand, overlooking the stirring waters. He's the smoking sailor. Looking at something? You got any dope? I don't share. Tashi. You're Robin Shaw, aren't you? I've heard of you. Don't worry. Won't tell anyone. Trying to draw a conversation from him may be similar to extracting teeth. Yeah, he ain't much of a talker, huh? You spot Templeton looking out to the sunset. As you approach, he turns to you and nods. Ah, Officer Shaw. It'll be some time before we see a sunset as this, such again. Light distribution towards the southern pole is quite the change. Quite some time before we return home as well. Indeed. Templeton keeps his focus on the reflection of the setting sun over the stirring waters of the ocean. There is great expectation on us, officer. Do you think Captain Hunt is up to the task? I admit, I do not know. Man is a mystery to me. You, however, you seem likely to steer him right. That I can trust. Templeton looks down, catching his reflection in the ocean's surface. He looks back up at the sunset. That water effect is a little... That's just a little bit... Quite the sight, but I wouldn't linger upon it too long. We should retire for the evening. It's important for the first officer to be well rested. Use E to advance to the next week. Oh, you have to hold it. It's, oh, you have to hold it and then click. Whoa. Yeah, let's go to half rations. Let's go. Make them mad. I don't care, though. Ship makes port at Orca Island. Cordell's sledding dogs are picked up. The scouting crew and Kurt Darling are picked up. The days are getting brighter as you move further south. Okay. Week 2. 2 weeks on the Temperance. And we saved our game. Who goes there? It's Kurt Darling. There you are, Officer Shaw. Ship's navigator is a difficult man to miss. Stature and reputation precede him. Adorned with a slew of apparatus, this seemingly one-man expedition would be known to anyone following the heyday of exploration, and the merchandising that followed. I know little of the man. His reputation is indeed great, but the man behind the legend is a stranger. Hiding away from the rest of us, are you? Do you need something, Kurt? I'm not the sort of man favors, Officer Shaw. Apologies for not stopping by sooner, Shaw. Took a while to set up my team, and a great deal of the crew were eager to meet me. Is that a brag? Oh, not at all. I just find myself in these situations, it would seem. There aren't many who have seen my films, particularly in this line of work. More than one fellow of the crew said my work inspired them to explore the world. Quite the honor, is it not? Is there any point to this grandstanding? Oh, apologies. I suppose I did get a bit distracted, didn't I? Anyway, it was hope you'd join me up deck. Does Hunt need me? No. You finally entered the pack. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself. Okay, I'll come up and see it. Oh, and enjoy your morning. It's a good day, Shaw. He's a nice guy. He was aggressively nice. There's a scientist. Ah, Mrs. Gloss. Did you have a good rest? She nods at me and ignores Kurt. Ah, hello. Did not expect to see that many up this early. Harriet Glossley. I met your husband. Dwight made mention of your encounter. He's still fast asleep. He's adjusted to the ship well. I believe a walk around the ship would help acclimate myself to the waves. Perhaps it will take more time. With that, Miss Gloss makes back to her cabin. Science team aren't used to the sea, or the sailor folk. Quite the culture clash, isn't it? Well, I'm sure they'll grow used to them over time. Har har! Okay, let's go see the doctor. Haven't seen the ship's doctor. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to wake up. Sleeping sailors, that's not good. You notice an older sailor at the helm. Takes in a deep breath before letting out a satisfied exhale. Morning! And good morning to you! Officer Shaw, right? Lefty. Call me that on account of, well, should be obvious. Don't worry about the bad sight. This is all feel. Just keeping her steady. He examines you. Surprised Hunt picked from outside for his first mate. Would you prefer the role? Definitely not. This old body can't take the pressures anymore. Besides, I've worked on other ships. Others have worked with Hunt much longer. You must be something special for Hunt to look outside the ranks. Heard some rumors about what you were up to before. Honestly, that might be a boon in Hunt's eyes. Mornings like this are about the only peace I get from the younger lot. You should take these moments when you can. That music is a little loud now, eh? Lefty returns his attention to the helm. As you get older, I suppose you learn to value the quieter moments, eh? Let's hope we're all just as diligent when we're old and gray. Myself, before you, of course. Join Kurt at the bow of the ship. You both feel the Temperance break the floes below you. Gripping the railing, he draws an enormous breath. The footing beneath rises as the ship mounts an impending ice floe. There's a moment's hesitation before a profound crack relieves the ship, cascading across the ice. He exhales. See? Nothing else like it. It's just ice, Kurt. Don't get too excited. There'll be plenty more where that came from. There's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be. Well, then you're in the right place. So, what's this about? We're about a week's sail from the last known location of the old Viscount. Assuming she isn't exactly where they left her, we can't take smooth sailing for granted. Same goes for this daylight. It won't remain this bright for so long once winter encroaches. Beautiful as the ice is, on this course it's just going to get thicker. He looks out across the white. We won't be so confident when the leads dry up and we're stuck here till the next cycle. We need to change course. Avoid the pack. We have supplies, it'll be fine. People will turn on each other before they let themselves starve. Have you experienced the long night winter? It's not pleasant, to say the least. There's a chain of command. This isn't one of your adventures, movie star. Certainly not. If I was satisfied with those, I wouldn't have left retirement. We're only as good as the unhappiest man, Robin. That's First Mate Shaw to you, bitch. Yes, officer. I'll do what I can. Ah, Shaw. Ready for another day of work? Yo, Kurt's chickening out. Aye, he is a bitch. These days, Kurt is one with more money than sense. Anyway, back to work. Hoping you'd help me work through a few more requests from the crew. May have noticed the line pulling upside. Everyone wants something, it seems. Call them in as you please. We've got Corvid, we've got Kasha, we've got Hammond. He's the engineer. Are you acting daft, Hunt? Not with intention. Not bloody surprised you didn't notice. Daw, this is our chief engineer, Clive Hammond. An opinionated one. What is it, Hammond? We hit the ice, and you haven't assigned any extra men down on the boiler. You have your engineering team. And we've only got 6 arms between us. I need more manpower maintaining this. Sailors. Many of the crew have their own tasks that they're busy with. I know I've already assigned Smurf on a matter. How many do you think is fair? 1? 3? More. I'm gonna put the kid on it. The one-armed man. The guy who's missing an eye. And the antisocial guy. That's right. And give them all those engineers. Take Tashi, Runt, Lefty, and Runt's dad. You're giving me Ward? Ward with one bloody arm? Young Runt could use someone to teach him on the job. Do better than his father. Don't get me started on handing over the bloody stowaway. Would you rather none? Fine. But you can tell me how right I was when we're buried under the ice. Good spirit on that one, beneath the oil and the temper. You won't be seeing much of him, though. Prefers to burrow himself in the boiler room. Alright, we got Kasha, Captain, Shaw. Thought occurred to me the other day while I was working at the crew manifest, and, well, it might be too late for that now. We've already entered the ice. Out with it! I thought it would be good to have individual photos of the full crew. For your report? Not only for my report. It would be good reference for the manifest. Put faces to the names. Much of this crew has served me for years, some decades. I have little problem putting faces to the names. Your thoughts, Shaw? Now or never. May as well. Well, Belford, I see no problem there. Get their pictures done before dinner. Okay, made her happy. And Corvid. Hunt, you asked for a report on how the stowaway was doing. I wanted to see if the boy was settling in well. He has indeed. Means another mouth to feed. But the boy works hard and doesn't ask much. Has his dad to guide him as well. Sure, the boy's father is ecstatic. Worried sick, but happy, sure. Well, what do you know, Shaw? Perhaps we were right to keep the boy. Yeah, sick. Let me get away with half rations for a day. If the man out there thinks there could be an alternate path through the ice, search for it. Changing course or not, we'll want one of his scouts up in the crow's nest. Take care of that. You'll be done for the day. Spot a youthful young man with his head slumped as he looks into the icy pool below. Seems he's been visited by a spot seasickness. I'm gonna pat him on the back. He jolts upright in shock, a bespectacled young man, shaking with unease. He stares at you for a brief moment, a look of shame plastered on his face. Sorry. Compose yourself, man. We should be able to handle the waves. Right, of course. Sorry. Oh boy. When examining the rigging of the ship, your eyes notice a figure darting by, climbing the ropes with ease. Figure lands on their feet before dusting themselves off. This denotes one of Kurt's scouting crew. No problems. And you are? I'm the first mate, and you will address me as such. Flick. I'm one of Kurt's crew. Don't worry about my safety. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Kurt doesn't hire just anyone. Well, he didn't hire me for no reason. Got the medals in gymnastics if you're worried about my credentials. Flick jumps up and returns to scaling the rigging of the ship. I like her. Oh, I like her a lot. Send me up there. I'll get you a reading. The scientist eyes the man's cane and turns to you. I believe the navigator means you to send one of his scouts. The navigator clears his throat and taps his cane. Of course. Fine, one of mine, they'll get us a reading rightly. He already talked to... Oh. Yeah, we're gonna assign the girl we just met. All clear from up top. Oh. So there's Orca Island, and there's Return. Viscount Island, the last known location of the Viscount, your destination. Oh, this isn't gonna go too good, is it? Because, I'm gonna get stuck here. Right, there's no way I don't just get stuck on this chunk of ice that I'm in front of. Ah, Quilsley! Having any trouble setting in? Not too bad. Can't wait for a chance to sleep, though. Proper navigator never rests until their work is done. Of course. I take it you had no issue settling in? Not at all. The crew are a funny lot. Old Kurt certainly caught their attention. Har, do you think any of them would mistake Kurt and myself? Oh yeah, he kind of does look like Kurt. I think you'd collapse from joy if they did. Har, perhaps. Oh, look at that. We got all sorts of stuff. The pumps and the pantry. A bag of flour drops on your head, scattering all over your officer's uniform. Gnome says, "Heh. The hell was that, gnomes?" You lift a crate of tinned food from the shelves. That's right, getting some food. That's the boiler room. Need something? Your brother sent me. Oh, you're Shaw. Junior mentioned you. In a positive or negative light? Ask him yourself. Wanted us to meet, did he? We're met now. Won't keep you from your work. Don't keep me from my break. Fair enough, brother. Oh, one step ahead of me. If you add those tins to the hoosh, we should be good for dinner. Crew need fed for the week. Okay, so I can put in my, Can I put the scout in the food? No. Feed the hoosh pot! Oh, I already did that. Leave the hoosh pot. Call them for dinner. Grab their meal. Arr, shall we toast to the ice? Aye. The days get longer, but dinner is fixed. will see us through the long days and the darkest nights. Crew returned to their posts, the hammocks were unfurled. Can't help but notice it's still bright outside, though. An inebriated sailor on wobbling legs leans on the shoulder of another. Ah, good times. Good times. You need to learn to handle your drink, Tucker. I'm fine. My mates can carry me, eh, Cavity? They can also drop you. Have two Johns carry you next time. Are you asleep? Shit. No response from that door. Two engineers. Don't know how the chief could stay down there all evening. You ever see Mr. Hammond eat? I haven't. Maybe he doesn't even eat. Man's not human if he can work all day and night in the boiler. Probably doesn't sleep either. He probably sleeps. Aye, Dick, it's figurative. Right. Oh, dog lady. The dogs regard her with rapt attention as she paces between them, bowl in hand. The largest joins her side as you approach. Try some. What's in it? Caviar and rose petals. You nearly burn your mouth with the hot broth. It's tasty. If you want more, it'll be among the dog's leftovers. Penguins, some blubber, fats and proteins, fastest way to hydrate them. Was there something you needed? Where did they come from? Hard to tell the exact breeds at this point. They belong here more than we do. Unlike us, they need the ice. It cools them through their paws as they run. They'd overheat otherwise. Strong creatures. Very. They handle stress differently, adapt quickly. There's plenty to be learned from them. And who's that beside you? This is Stanberry. Bark. You've been on the lice for a long time. A long time, yes? You love these animals. They need me. And you'll need them. Aw. Pet the doggo. Captain's turned in for the evening. I think I've discovered everything I can here, right? No, we kept them happy, so we're only going to half rations, see? Another week passes. Temperance has finally entered the thick ice leads. The days grow even brighter. Alright, week 3, let's go. Nobody to talk to. Saved game to the tree. Alright, we're in the middle of the ice. Let's take our requests. Captain Hunt appears to be absent. Yeah, I'll just start without him. Oh god! The whole room shudders. Yeah, I better go take a look. I'm gonna go in the forecastle. And I'm gonna pet the dogs. Yes. I wonder what goes through that man's head. Officer Shaw, what happened? The ship's come to a stop. I almost threw my camera at the wall. Have you seen Hunt? Not since this morning. He was going to speak grimly about the lifeboats. Oh god, he abandoned us. He drove the ship into the ice and abandoned us. Take some free food. Ship stuck then? You're looking for Hunt? You just missed him. How? We didn't cross paths. Don't ask me. I'm gonna check on my brother. Okay. I go to the coal bunker, and I think I'll take some coal. Hi. If I'd made errors, I'd tell you. It's secure, don't worry. What is going on, guys? I was ensuring the boiler was not damaged. And I told you if it was, you'd already know. I'm not in the business of making mistakes. I know that if the furnace goes, we go down with it. Yes, but you're only one man, with just a pair of engineers as assistants. Just looking at the number of valves, this seems far too much for you to handle. Maybe your bloody benefactor should have considered that. I've just gotten used to it by now. It will hold, trust me. I will. Well, I will have to, won't I? I don't fancy staying on a ship like this any longer than necessary. It's imperative we break free from the ice as quick as possible. Hammond eyes you, a grimace on his face. First mate's here, but where's the one who got us into this bloody mess? I was hoping that Templeton knew. I was informed by one of the Stokes that I had just missed him, but I have a suspicion as to where he may be now. We're on a ship, an unmoving one at that. The man cannot simply disappear. If he's anywhere, he must be in his cabin. When you find the man, give him an earful on my behalf. Can't do it myself. Too busy keeping us alive. Templeton gives a nod. I believe you and I both owe our captain a visit, Shaw. But you should call the crew for dinner first. Routine is important, especially now. Not before we fed this furnace. Mind grabbing some coal from the bunker, Shaw? Or are you afraid to dirty your hands like Mr. Templeton over here? Keep her lit, Captain. There you go. Put some coal in the furnace. You emerge mid-deck to find the crew readying themselves for dinner despite the ice. Some seem nervous, others have nothing changed at all. Got anything for the hoosh? Feed the hoosh. They want dinner. I'm going to not do that. What in the... Well, I was worried about this. Just look at that ice. We could be trapped for a while. Strong pressures, as if we didn't have enough bother. Well, no need bucking around. Let's get to work. Where's Hunt? I'll grab him. I'm sure he felt it too. Shaw, check the boiler room. Sure the mole man has problems of his own. We'll be free and moving again before you know it. Back to work. Yeah, I'm not seeing the captain. He fucking bailed, didn't he? The crew have their meal. Dinner is shared. The crew returns to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled, but it's still bright outside. You didn't see him either? He didn't pass by, but his cabin door was locked when I checked. Slippery bastard. What are you thinking, Hunt? Oh, so they were lying. They said he just passed by, but in reality, neither of them saw the captain. No sign of Hunt. Templeton passed by, but he wasn't taking questions. Yeah. Can't blame him. Oh boy. Keep it up, lads. We'll set ourselves right in no time. Ah, Shaw. I saw Templeton. Hunt's hold him up inside. Maybe he'd be willing to lend a hand. I was informed that he was here. Where could he have hidden himself? I see him in the bathtub. He has to be here. Check under his desk. Highly doubt he's cowering beneath the table, Shaw. Arr! Captain's laugh rings out from behind the door. The captain watches you both, chuckling. You are a surprisingly difficult man to get a hold of, Hunt, seeing that this is your ship. Ha! I know it well. Yeah, he crawled up the drain of the bathtub. I believe you two are already acquainted. How long have you been drinking? I don't suppose you care to join. He's drunk in his bathtub. Hunt shakes his hip flask as he holds it out, whiskey sloshing and spilling from the top. And what of you, Shaw? I can't tempt you with some sweet nectar. Hell yeah. Alright then. Getting paid. I'll drink to that. Don't humor this, Shaw. Liquid warms you, spreading to your fingertips. You hand back the flask. You intend to offer drinks at a time like this? This ship, your ship, is trapped in the ice. Ah, it's my ship now, is it? And what did you expect me to do? Get the shovels out? You could do your fucking job, mate. Carrying my load is your job. That's what you signed up for, isn't it? Mr. Hunt, Captain. If you are not fit to stand, then you should retire for the night. Shaw will stand in your stead, and we can continue in the morning. Abandon my duty? No captain that would do that is fit for captain, wouldn't you agree? Well... Not you, Shaw, isn't that right? What do you think makes for a good leader? Doing your job. Ha! You sound bothered. Is that concern? One day and already you're sick of it. Try decades. But I'm serious, Shaw. To you, what makes a good leader? We don't have time for this. In a word, then, what makes a leader? Willpower. Willpower? Explain. Power to make decisions that will last with you. Heh. Here's the secret, Shaw. Anyone can do that. There has never been a so-called impossible decision that wasn't made. It's the days, the months, the years after. They're all as painful as the minutes, the seconds. That goes beyond anyone's idea of willpower, Shaw. Speaking in platitudes will do you no good. A good leader is something more than a single rule you are told to follow. When you see one, You just know. You've wasted enough time finding philosophical. Oh, my apologies. I'll ask the real questions. Shaw, look at where we are. Do you honestly think we're going to survive this? I had no assumptions. Well, you best form some. Wouldn't just be your life you're throwing away. Ha ha! Shaw, nobody knows we're out here. That doesn't leave this room. No, no. Wouldn't want to upset your employer. Our benefactor. We all want to be paid after this, don't we? Enough. You weren't fit to lead this expedition. You should not have agreed to it. You shouldn't be. None of us should be here. Old Kurt paid handsomely to join. You're a botanist sent to keep an eye on me. Our doctor. And then there's me. What of you? Hunt laughs to himself, his head dropping low. Templeton opens the door. The captain needs his rest. We'll discuss this once he's of sound mind. Let him speak, Templeton. Let him cook. It's all right, Robin. Go on now, Shaw. I'll be all right here. Captain appears to have passed out. He's drunk. Captain Hunt needs to sleep. It appears the pressures of command have greatly affected him. You should find some rest yourself. The crew have their commands. Clear your head. We'll continue tomorrow. Yeah, that was pretty embarrassing for old Cappy Shaw there. Let's end week 3. You wake to a room awash with green. It's a loud banging on your door, and a familiar voice speaks behind the wood. Shaw, are you in there? Hammond, why is everything green? Never mind the green, the boiler's in trouble. Pumps need manned, and we need to stop the whole system overheating. And I don't need to tell you, if the furnace goes, we go. Where's Hunt? Can't find him. Came to you. Need someone's authority to take action. Now bloody give it to me. You have the authority. Aye. We need to find the captain. Now. You just said... What's happening? Are we going under? Not if we can help it. Out of the way. It's safe to go up top, right? The Aurora, it's a shot I can't miss. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Lights of the Aurora flicker over the pale ice. The animals are barking furiously at the green that invaded their territory. Calm, Stanberry. Nothing I cannot fix. Don't fret. Then I shan't stop you, Mr. Hammond. You seen the captain? I've been resigned to this room, and I'll have to stay as such, lest you wish to add a frightened kennel to your current problems. True. 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 Nothing. Visibly perturbed, he takes a moment to compose himself. Even the tub is empty. Why would you expect him to be in the tub? Not important. This doesn't make sense. The man seemed barely fit to crawl himself into bed earlier. What? All right, Shaw. Captain's missing. You're in charge. Good to hear. Don't get a big head about it. Yes, indeed. The crew are no doubt waking at this moment. They're no doubt scared, confused. It's your duty to keep them calm, to maintain order. Hammond glares at Templeton. It's Shaw's job to get down to the boiler room now! We've already wasted enough time looking for that bastard Hunt. If you storm down to that room, all you'll be doing is inciting panic. We need to calm the fears of the crew. Maintain an air of focus. Lie to them as the ship goes down? Not at all. Instead, to assure them we know how to remedy this matter. You do know how to remedy this matter, Mr. Hammond. Aye. And we need to be quick. I don't have time to worry about some stupid sailor's feelings. We've got a bloody ship to save! Well, as you said, Officer Shaw is in charge. The decision is yours. Yeah, Hammond is right. We can't waste any more time. The boiler is going to explode. Yet you deal with the crew. Come on, don't worry about him. Let's go. Hell yeah. Seems to me the boiler is much more important than people's feelings. Soon the crew will pick up pace, walking directionless with hurried footsteps. Yeah, they're upset. Kurt approaches. Boiler trouble, I take it? I'll lend a hand. Not when you're walking with that cane, you're not. I have enough strength to... Go tell the crew to hit the lower decks. As many as possible. Let's go, Shaw. Time to save this blasted ship. Let's go! You can see the brothers trying to open the door to the hold. Trying to get in? Same. Door's stuck. Pull harder, you bastards! We need to get in there! It's the only thing that matters now. The metal door unsticks. Grimly looks to you before darting off in the dark. Where's that bloody idiot running to? To sound the alarm! Bloody hells. Let's get moving. You enter the boiler room. As you enter, Hammond's engineering team are hard at work. The larger of the two engineers loses grip of their valve. Steam begins to shoot out, causing Hammond to dash forward. Watch it! Hammond tackles the engineer to the ground, saving him from a nasty steam burn. Made it just in time. What's the word, Chief? Oh man, we just saved him from a steam burn. If we screwed around with the crew, he might have died. Keep those valves pumping! We need to avoid a water hammer or we won't be making it off the ship. Shaw! The rest of the crew aren't here. Grab a valve and start turning. You grab a valve and begin turning, trying all you can to keep the water at bay. Pump! You feel the ache in the muscles as you continue to push the valve, keeping the pressure at bay. The furnace rumbles and sputters, hemorrhaging fuel. You keep turning, doing the best you can to keep the pressure at bay. We could be at this for hours. Shit, where's the rest of the crew? Brought help. The furnace rumbles and sputters. Get me coal and turn those valves! Get me some coal. Oh, and I can assign some, yeah, we needed some coal. Heat that sucker back up. Turn the valve. Okay, I guess we just gotta put someone on there. Cavity, you're up. They grab the valve. Tucker Higgs. They grab the valve. With enough hands working on the boiler, you begin to fight back the potential water hammer. Someone's gonna have to hold the furnace in place. Oh boy, someone's going down. Lefty, it's all you, bud. The room shakes. Sorry, Lefty. Water hammer! A jet of steam paints Turner. It subsides as they writhe in agony. You keep up the work, shifting the valves until the boiler is fully calmed. The ship is saved. You won't be sinking today. As the crew give assistance to the wounded Turner, you feel your muscles tense. You fall back, collapsing from exhaustion. As you lay back, all you can hear are a pair of panicked voices. Where the hell is Captain Hunt? He's gone. Half rations. It's the end of the week. The Temperance is saved from sinking. The Aurora passes, leaving only bright light and white. That's week 4. Let's start week 5. Take a little break here for a moment, get a drink. Oh, wait, we gotta watch the stuff. We're alone in Captain's cabin. Oh, we'll read this in a minute. Alright, I think I'll do a couple more weeks, and then, might be time for some World of Warcraft. You are alone in the captain's crew. Out across deck can be heard of the commotion and the crew. Word has spread quickly that Captain Hunt is missing. Templeton slips in through the door. Shaw? No sign of Hunt? Afraid not. Hunt is still missing. And he isn't alone in that regard. Sanders, Sparrow, and Gren are also unaccounted for. Really? He took a crew? Ez is a sizable food supply and one of the larger lifeboats. Shaw, you and I are not naive. It seems quite clear what has happened here. Yeah, but why'd he bail? That is a question I cannot answer. I doubt we'll ever know at this stage. The former captain is no longer with us. You understand what this means, Shaw? That would be Captain Shaw now, I take it. Not quite yet. A new captain must be selected by the crew. As the first mate, you have the most clear argument to take that role. How do I argue for that role? Your presence in the face of Hunt's absence is an argument in itself. They will hold a vote as soon as possible. That carpenter, grimly. He's still loyal to Hunt, and many sailors will follow his vote, if not all. Though I can assure you, you have the vote of myself and my scientists. Kurt and his crew are like to support you as well. Unsure where the engineers will side, they're likely loyal to their pay. Turner is still recovering from their steam burns, which may end up working in our favor. And the civilians are a mystery. But I believe when all is said and done, you will just about make the vote. Just about? My only competition could be dead for all we know. Loyalty runs deep among this lot. They're waiting outside, Shaw. They're scared. They don't know where to turn. You and I both understand the importance of maintaining decorum. Though times seem dire, remember, there's a rescue ship on its way. Even if the Temperance falls, we still have a potential escape. 35 weeks. Ship will arrive at Viscount Island 35 weeks from now. We should focus on surviving that long. This is all we need to do, Captain. What if they get trapped? That is a risk, particularly here in the Pale Passage. But that does not mean we should assume that we're screwed over. We should assume the same fate does not befall them. 35 weeks, Captain. Keep it in mind. Here, take this. He gives you a hat. Hunt's hat! He left it behind in his cabin. That tells us what we need, doesn't it? Damn right I'm taking the captain's hat. I choose to willfully observe reality. I suggest you do the same, Captain. Out with it, Templeton! I think it's best we declare the captain and the missing crew are dead. There's no need for us to complicate things any further. Like you said, I'm the captain now. We understand each other then. Wonderful. Crew are waiting for you on deck. The last place you saw, Captain. There's still drops of whiskey, frozen. Hunt's ledger is gone. Alright, this is the big moment. The hushed voices become more distinct as you make your way back into the open air. You notice the absence of Turner. Crew members notice you and stop. Their attention ripples across the deck. Attention! It should be clear by now that Captain Hunk is no longer serving his post. As such, we should vote in the new captain. I nominate Officer Shaw for the role. Clear choice as first mate. And what of Hunt? I do not see him among us, do you? I don't see a body either. He's still out there. We don't know what happened. Something we can discover. For now, someone has to take the reins of command. All in favor of Officer Shaw? Oh, and we got a vote. Okay, so like what now though? What am I, I'm captain now. Well, the ayes have it. Shaw shall be acting captain from this point forward. Acting captain in Hunt's stead. Templeton gives you a knowing nod. A moment passes in the cold as they await your next words. For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Shaw. As they look to you, it's not long before the obvious question spills from a crew member's mouth. Where's Captain Hunt? He fucked off. You notice Templeton's eyes widen. Whispers begin to roll throughout the crowd. He appears to have left his expedition along with 3 missing crew and one of our lifeboats. A silence hangs in the air. Does anyone else take issue with me taking charge? A morbid silence hangs. Nobody speaks in protest. I didn't think so. The crowd begins to bubble up once more, with more and more questions coming to the surface. Members of the crew start speaking out by one, question thrown your way in quick succession. How are we supposed to survive out here? Is help coming? What about our pay? Will we still be paid? Our immediate priority is to find additional food. Current supplies will only take us so far trapped in the ice. I would like the head of each station to report to me going forward. Gods knows this isn't what we signed up for. But stick with me, and I will see us through. What of those lost, Captain? A memorial service will be held once we make land. Understood. Well, you heard the captain. Get to it. The crowd dissipates, returning to their roles above the ship. You pass Templeton. I won't lie to them. If we can't be honest with each other, what chance do we have? You're right. He looks up at your new hat. Suits you. Aye, it does, doesn't it? Alright, we got all sorts of stuff to do here out in the ice. Shaw! Or should I say, Captain Shaw, that Hunt. He didn't seem the type to just leave his crew behind. Still, no point dwelling. I have confidence you'll take up the mantle well. The crew are counting on me. I don't intend to disappoint. That's the spirit. We need some optimism at a time like this. If the captain has faith, so too will the crew. I'm glad you think so. Let me pet the dogs. He's good doggos. He's good doggos. You bark back at it. Woof! I suppose congratulations are in order. I would hope you're prepared at the task, Captain Shaw. Why did you abstain from voting? I am not a member of this crew. It did not seem right for me to weigh in on their matter. You are definitely a member of this crew, Dog Lady. You might be one of my favorites, as well as the Acrobatic Scout. I really like the Acrobatic Scout as well. What'll it be this week, Shaw? We gotta get some food. Alright, Cavity can do the food. Runt's dad can do the food. I don't want the smoker doing the food. Gnomes can do the food. That's perfect. They get to work. Pump floodwater out of the ship's cabins. Cures the crew of freezing. Is anyone freezing? No. No, we're all good. Red room. Oh, we had the camera room. Okay. It's the coal bunker. We'll take our freebie. And then with the child, the smoker, and the other smoker, they can shovel coal because, well, they're smokers. Hammond, Captain now, are you? As long as you aren't in my way any more than Hunt was, I'm happy. Why'd you abstain? Job needs doing. Whether it's you or Hunt doing it, don't care. As long as we aren't freezing to death, that's all that matters to me. Very sensible. Okay, so we have 57 plus 20. That'd be 77. That'll be 97. That's good. What's on the menu this week? Bunch of hoosh. 77. 97. We're good. Still can't talk to the doctor. Templeton. There should be no hesitation, Shaw. You're the captain now, and you must carry that authority instantly. It's best we carry out the daily routine as normal to show that you are capable in the role. We should take the day's requests immediately before setting our resources. Well, I just assigned 6 sailors for resources, so... You saw the duties of Captain Hunt firsthand while serving Hunt. You're the acting captain now. It's time for you to take up the mantle. A line is already forming at the door. No surprise, given the circumstances. Take them as you may, Captain. So we got Curtin Cordell, we got Hammond, we got Junior. Yo, Hammond. Saving that boiler was only the start of our troubles. Have you seen the state of this bloody ship? It's certainly seen some better days. She's bleeding in lower decks. I believe the older stoke is attempting to rectify that. We need to stockpile as much fuel as we can. If the furnace runs out by the end of the week, we die. We spend too long on the ship, we die. We don't stockpile enough fuel for winter, we die? Aye. Get me some coal. Get it in the furnace. Suppose he's not wrong. That coal bunker is our only source of fuel for the time being. Till we can procure alternatives, we should assign crew to shoveling. Already done, brother. Already done. Shaw? The ice looks unbudging, doesn't it? It would seem that way, yes. Crew seem to think so. They think if we don't intervene, the Temperance will never get freed. If you're suggesting breaking the ice, I can assure you that won't work. I'm not. They are. No intervention is going to break up the ice enough to free the ship. Putting others to work on that is simply a waste of manpower. Aye, maybe. They're scared, though. Worried. They just want to feel like they've tried something. Yeah, break the ship out. Never mind. I'll just have one guy do it. Oh, it has to be 3. Okay, we'll put 1 scientist on it. Agreed. Templeton's not loyal to me anymore. I told him to fuck off too many times. Burton Cordell. Captain, I brought the Kennel Master with me. This is something you want to hear. Strong suspicion on what this matter is. Was planning to speak to the captain on it myself. Fortunate happenstance, then. Captain, I know these conditions well. I've seen them before. Any idea of the Temperance being freed from the ice is soon a pipe dream. We need to press on. We need to become aware of our new environment. Trust me, Captain, we will be living off it for quite some time. What do you think, Cordell? Indeed. Dog sleds will need to be exercised regularly. There is no better way than to engage in hunting. We're quite lucky despite the circumstances. Now is peak time for hunting and navigation. Traversing the ice may be a possibility in the future. We need to be prepared for that. If we're to survive out here, we need to know what lies ahead. These are uncharted territories, Captain. We have no idea where we are. Your current rations are not set to last forever, either. Send any hunting party to me, as you please. My dogs and I will ensure their survival. Cordell exits. The same sentiment for myself and any scouting teams. If you wish the great unknowns to be braved and charted, I'm your man. We need to know what lies ahead. Keep looking forward. Okay. For dinner, you should send a sled team, and finally you can meet the doctor. We still have wounded people that we haven't taken care of for a week, apparently. Don't be afraid of sending team to manual labor. They'll complain, but they'll work. Okay. You did seem familiar. I finally placed you. You have you? Yes, I remember seeing you compete. Soren Kiliper. You were quite the gymnast. I'm surprised to see you in this line of work. Not too many gymnasts carry long careers. You did quite well when I saw you at the summer games. I recall you placed. I don't recall winning. I really like that gymnast lady. Ah, okay, so this is how you can do a scout. This is how you do the scouting. Flick, get out there. And we got some science. Okay, and then let's look this way. We'll send another scout. We found more science. Can I send a non-scout? No. That's it for scouting, I guess, because I used one of the scouts on trying to dig out the ship like an idiot. Good dog. Tashi. You, Robin Shaw. Surprised to see you in this position. What's that supposed to mean? I know what you've gotten up to in your time. Best keep your nose clean, Shaw. Good luck, Captain. That's ominous. Go see the doc. Your presence seemed to startle the young man inside, the rattle of dropped forsets ringing through the room. Oh, goodness, it's you. Captain now, isn't it? Captain Robin Shaw. It's good to meet you. Dr. Arthur Nutley. Dr. Nutley. Dr. Arthur Nutley. That's it. Collect your thoughts. It's no good having a physician who cannot compose himself. Yes, sorry. I suppose I'd seem a little scatterbrained at the moment. It isn't the norm. Recent circumstances have been trying, and an inclination towards seasickness is no help. Turner, the steam burns I suffered from the furnace are severe. If you let me take a look, I can do my best to alleviate the pain. Do you have experience with this? Well, I've read extensively on the matter, but as far as first-hand experience goes, no. This is my first encounter. At this point, all we can do is wait. Nutley lets out a nervous cough. Captain Hunt, do you think he may still be out there? Even if he is, he left us to die. That's no captain. Of course. He didn't seem the type to just abandon his crew. Apologies, I'm rambling. I suppose you wanted an update to the crew. Have you had time to look at them? Time enough. Mostly scrapes and scuffs. As for the dogs, you're better asking, the kennel master. That's fine, I don't expect you to be a veterinarian. Good. Please don't. I haven't taken well to the dogs. I'm unsure how to carry myself amidst people, and animals are more quick to judge. Cordell herself is harsher still, but you can rely on me for any human medical issues. Nutley pauses for a moment. Is everything, good? I mean, is someone coming to rescue us? I won't lie. We're in a difficult situation here. I'm going to need your help. Then you can count on my help. Is there anything I can do for the crew? Medbay. Yeah, the injured one needs some rest. I don't have any science, so I don't have any medical comforts. Gotcha. Okay. Well, there's lots of people I could talk to. I'm gonna go... Oh, no, I can't take my free food. Best make use of the kitchen while we can. Go down to the lower deck. The coal bunker. They're not gonna let me take any coal. Down to the depths, have ye? Aye. Well, we're doing pretty good. We've lost some loyalty with some people. That's the only thing. Officer, Captain Shaw. I suppose I should get used to calling you that. I was asking the crew if anyone'd seen Hunt or the deserters last night. Not a single soul. I know the man knows this ship well, but that seems odd. Do you think someone's lying? I wouldn't accuse anyone of that, but it is very unlikely that he hasn't been seen by anyone. I suppose the boiler troubles caused a great deal of distraction. That's true. Yeah, I mean, maybe he got out that way, right? Let's have dinner. Crew have their meal. Arr! Shall we give a toast to our new captain? Hear, hear! Thanks, guys. The hammocks are unfurled, the crew return to their posts. It's still bright outside. Oh, we have lots of dialogue options now. You're a dull one, aren't you? Oh, thank you for noticing. Been this big since I was 15. You ever considered doing films? You have the stature for it. Oh, I can't act. Acting isn't part of it. You stand there, cut a nice silhouette, you'd be a star. That sounds awfully easy, doesn't it? It can be. Looks like we'll be trapped here for a while. I don't like the ship's chances either. Will be some time before we see home. Shit, I'm gonna die of boredom out here before the cold takes me. You'll manage, I'm sure. So tired. You'll get used to it, lad. Dad, it's far too much work. Thought you wanted the work. If I can do it with one arm, you can do it. You're always saying that, Dad. Hey, it's Grim. You need me for something? You were with Captain Hunt for a long time. None of your business. Wow, what an asshole. Evening, Shaw. Proud of what being able to cook up for the crew lately, considering the rations, though I do wish we had something better to work with. Kill for a good beefsteak. Not many cows on the ice. Huh, you never know, Shaw. We might get lucky. What's on the menu this week? Nothing. Awfully loud, aren't they? I don't mind it all that much. They've worked hard all day. They're owed their leisure. Those sailors ought to remember, though, we all need our sleep. Yeah, fair enough. We go see Kurt. Sup, Kurt? Evening, Shaw. Cold one, isn't it? I used to think I was growing used to the cold, but as the years have gone on, the elements have only grown harsher on the body. I imagine this is a harsher area than you've ever faced. You'd be surprised, Captain. I ought to tell you of a few bad scrapes in my time. Okay, cool. Let's go see Templeton. Good evening, Captain. Be some time before we see rescue. Perhaps you should be endearing yourself to the group. I'd like to learn more about you, Templeton. You needn't do that. I would prefer to continue with our work. Fostering personal relationships is not a concern. Wow, I tried to get to know him and he told me to get bent. Go see Dog Lady. Let's pet the doggo. Hello, Cordell. Actually, I was checking on you. Of course I'm not. Do you often expect others to leave their post? I understand you did not expect this role, but you are the captain. Surely you understand a sense of duty. Captain Shaw, you recall my conditions with Hunt, do you not? I don't remember. My demand was that I work here, with the dogs. Your people may help with the sleds, but they are not my responsibility. They are not my people. I am upholding my promise with Hunt. I do not intend to join your crew. If I get lost on the ice, you're the next captain, Stanberry. Woof! Stanberry. Pet. Oh, shit. I should have given him the hat. Can I come back in and give him the hat? Oh, I wanted to make him captain. No! Next playthrough, I'm making the dog captain, for sure. I'm still out of, like, resources, right? Yeah. What can engineers actually do? Bloody cold, isn't it, Captain? Don't know how you spend your time away from the furnace. It would be even colder without your hard work, Hammond. Aye, I know. I guess that's the end of week 4. Yeah, so we'll feed people really well. We can kind of go low on the fuel. We got some research. Mr. Gloss returns from hunting. Mr. Zack returns from hunting. The dogs are rested. Another week on the ice. The ship holds. Barely. Lefty was cured. That was a good week. So maybe we'll do week 5 and then we'll call it, take a break. Give it a minute here. Let me have a quick drink and a snack before I play the next chapter. Alright, we're back after a quick little bio break. Let's start week 5. Alright, what do we got? Hey, Doc. We don't have any medical comforts, but I think I probably want... Oh, it takes all of them? I will probably use that later. That seems like a good thing to have. Okay. Get my free food. How much food do I have? 3? I mean, I'm doing alright. Let's put the kid and the dad on the food. You can throw the medical comforts into the hoosh pot. That's pretty funny. 67, 87, that'll be good. Okay, we're gonna go get our coal. Put the smokers in the coal room, where they belong. They're definitely not gonna accidentally start a fire. No way. Oh yeah, Templeton doesn't like me very much. Yeah, Lefty, he deserves an interview. Okay, let's go upstairs. Let's check Dog Lady. Dogs are growing restless. They'll grow used to it. Indeed they will. The pack adapts. Can the same be said for us? Pet. 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 Good doggos. Ah, yes, let's take requests for the day. Oh, we have a lot. Junior! Shaw, Templeton, word back from freeing the ship. Is such a report necessary? Well, as you can see, we're not moving. The crew kept at it for a week, but we're calling it a day. A waste of time and resources then, as expected. I wouldn't be so sure. At the end of the day, at least now the crew can say they tried, they gave it their all. There's something in that. Good day, Captain. Well, as good as they can be under the circumstances. Something you require? You have a shrewd eye. In truth, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. It's a matter I brought up with Captain Hunt. He was less receptive. I'm not merely interested in the story. Oh, I already took care of this. Send them to the Red Room. Yep. Hey, gnomes. We'd have to move into the ice. We can't free the Temperance. It would be wise to gather what we want to take off ship with us if we do. Indeed, we'll need to repair what could be inevitable. Most of the tools are in the lower deck storerooms. Metal doors need some work to open, but it's worth what's inside. Okay. Captain Shaw, Mr. Templeton. It would appear that some of the crew have taken interest in the transmission radios we have on hand. It is likely many of their first time seeing this technology. They have odd ideas of what they're capable of. They believe another ship may pick us up if we monitor them. Ridiculous. They do not have range to pick up another, not out here. I said as much, but Mr. Turner was adamant that we spend the night monitoring them regardless. Even sent me to run the concept by you, Captain. It's worth an attempt. I don't have any scientists, though. I can't do it. Agreed. Fantastical as it sounds, the technology just isn't there yet. I'll inform the crew. They likely won't be pleased, but it's a better alternative. Oh, we demoralized the guy I was already interviewing. Perfect. Question persists to how long the Temperance can hold. Will we be able to wait out the ice? If there's no change by next week, we might just be forced to abandon the ship anyway. Ah, feel that air. Nothing better than a cold wind to keep you awake. You're an odd duck, Yorick the Third. How many hours of sleep do you get a night? Well, on second thought, better not hearing it. I already know it isn't enough. Okay, so let's do a scout. Flick, go find some stuff. We found a hunt! Cavity. Gnomes. 2 Johns. You know what, we'll just send it to Crab Eater Seal. 2 Johns, Gnomes, and Cavity are marked down for a hunt. Okay? Yorick. We found some pengies. And, Quillian. I can send the engineers to go hunting. That's good though, we have... Oh, you only get to use each node once, so... Enter the engineers hold. With the engineers. You and Dick charge into the room. It's full of specialist tools and equipment. With the water flooding in behind, you have enough time to grab 2 items. Digging tools. Makes us better at hunting and scouting. Furnace better maintained. Fresh peaches. 3 kegs of ale. Interesting. I will take the engineering tools. Cool. I will take the digging tools. And everything was ruined. Okay. Go into the tools hold with our other engineer. You and Grips charge into the room. Medical tools, which will let the doctor take care of more people. The digging tools, which would make us even better at scouting. Engineering tools, which will make the furnace even better. Or lemons. Cure scurvy. I'm gonna take the doctor's equipment. And, take the lemons. The science hold. Do I have anyone left? I don't. So next week, I'm gonna have to loot those. We could burn the lemons. Okay, there we go. We're gonna feed the furnace. Oh, Lefty's demoralized, but I have him with Kasha, so I think that's okay. Already took care of that, so let's have dinner. The crew have their meal. The dinner is shared. Yeah, nothing much to say. Crew return to their post. They unfurl their hammocks. It's bright outside. You're pretty old, aren't you? Good eye, lad. Better than mine. Why are you still working? Should be home with your family. Don't have one. Do you not have any children? I might do. Don't know any, though. More of the same tonight. We'll have to get used to it. Not much you can do with the ice. We'll figure out something to do, won't we? We'll have to. You know, as far as rations go, this is pretty good. Junior sure knows how to prepare dinner, doesn't he? He's too good for a ship like this. Evening. Before we took off, Grimley and I stopped at a Greasy Spoon in the city. Their sausage and eggs was perfect. Best I've ever had. Now I'm trying to remember its damn name. It's left my head. You'll find it when we get back. They could have closed down or fired the chef by then. Aw. You ever get the feeling you're being watched, Shaw? Couldn't shake the feeling there was a pair of eyes on me while I was working there. The isolation might be getting to you, Hammond. Aye, probably. All the more reason to get off this bloody block. Not going to get any rest anytime soon, are we? No. Could have used more hands. Hammond is worth 5 men, but even then. Yeah, Hammond is a bamf. Getting harder to play. Cold makes the fingers stiff. If you tried playing closer to the furnace, not the same. Besides, Hammond would just throw the accordion in. He probably would. Doc. If you need the latest medical report, good to see you're not losing your focus. Keep it up, Nutley. I'll try. Templeton. Captain, if you find yourself stricken with boredom, I do have a book I'd recommend. Textbook on different classes of wildflowers. The topic is more interesting than it may seem, I assure you. This is a topic that fascinates you? Oh yeah, I'd enjoy that, Templeton. I'll be sure to bring it to you when I have the chance then. Evening, Shaw. I've been thinking about our pay once we return to land safely. Ha! Don't mistake me for the avaricious sort, but I do have expenses to pay. Before we departed, I received a letter from one of my daughters asking to cover the cost of her stage school. It would be a shame to promise luxury only to retract it, don't you think? You don't have enough money left over? Of course, but I try to be more careful with my finances, Robin. Captain, a word. Felt as good a time as any to review the wording in our contracts. You do remember what was written in your contract? I only skimmed it. Well, I suggest you become more acquainted in the future. Consider Article 3, and I quote, Member of the staff shall throughout the period such expedition obey all commands of the captain and shall use his best endeavors to promote the success of the issue. And in the event anything happening to the captain, shall obey commands of all member of any member of staff who shall be appointed by the captain in writing before his death. It being understood that the rest of the staff shall hold the same relations towards any member of the staff so appointed towards the captain, as appointed by the captain in writing before his death. I understand. Did they not vote me in? The vote we had settled what is only a temporary arrangement in the eyes of the law. Even then, you only made it through by a hair. Unless you somehow managed to wrestle a written of transfer of captaincy from Hunt before his departure, in the eyes of the law you are simply acting in his stead with no legal recourse to act upon. There is a chance that Hunt and his deserters are still out there. Should we be reunited, your captaincy will indeed be called into question. The crew are unlikely to choose a deserter over me. I'm still here. You say that knowing how the previous vote went. Loyalty runs deep. Loyalty of the crew means everything. Get them on your side, Shaw. Keep them on your side. I see. Suggest you start with the Stoke brothers. Okay, maybe. At the bow, you spot Kurt. Still fast, no signs of any change. That will be moving anytime soon. You never know with the ice, you should get some rest. Freeing the ship may be a lost cause. Maybe. No guarantees as of yet. Best we keep our chins up for the time being. Take care, Captain. Oh, we're still on this week, yeah. Yeah, this game has a lot of play, like, oh yeah, look at that. We were trying to get to the island, but it is getting frozen away. That's where we're trying to get. So I guess we want to try and scout up to that. There's also a lot of map here. I wonder, can I go find the dragon? Oh, are we finally out of things to do? Looks like we are. Let's have a rest. If you're enjoying this playthrough, I'll probably upload the full VOD to my second YouTube channel, Dark Scream VODs. But I'm actually thinking I've talked enough during this content, maybe with a little editing. I could probably post this on my main channel as well. So if you're just tuning in late, don't worry about it. We'll be sharing the rest of this soon. I like to take a little break between these weeks, though, just kind of take a breather, process. So we'll continue that break for a moment more here. Okay, well, I'm trying to decide. I was gonna play through weeks 1 through 6. Maybe I'll go to 8. Two Johns, Gnomes, and Cavity return to hunting with the 3 crab-eater seals. Dogs are rested and available to be sent out. Another week on the ice. The ship shan't hold much longer. We gotta raid the tool shed. Lefty raised their spirits. Yeah, he got demoralized and was already in the interview, so we fixed it preemptively. Week 6. We've been stuck here for 3 weeks. Yeah, first things first, I don't care what anyone wants to do. How have I lost the tool shed? Is it lower? Yeah, it's lower. Okay. The science hold. Alright, Runt. We're going in. Wooden floors and furniture have buckled enough to take apart easily. You also spot crates labeled as spare flags and luxury items. You have time to grab one thing. 102 fuel, or yeah, we need some morale. Football and chessboard, we're gonna need that. And the room is destroyed. Okay. The weapons hold. Yeah, come here with me, smoking man. Tin lemons, hunting shotgun, some flares. Time to grab 2 items. So there's the tinned lemons, we already have those. Hunting shotgun. Slow and cumbersome to load. Bolt action rifle. Ineffective against smaller targets. Alerting humans and alarming wildlife can be carefully disassembled for fuel. I think I want the shotgun and the flares. Alright, last one is the food room, I think. We're gonna bring 2 Johns. Full of food and ale. Obviously, we're taking the beer. Can't get beer out on the ice. Right? You can't interview the specialists, who are the ones I've pissed off. Doesn't look like anyone needs an interview. Peace. Okay, no one has anything to say yet. Everybody's asleep still. Let's take our requests for the day. Oh, they're right up in there, okay. Templeton, Kurt, Cordell, Hammond. Oh, Captain, it's been 3 weeks. Kurt tells me there's no change in the ice. None. And what change we will see won't free the ship. I predict the Temperance is more likely to be crushed under the pressure of the ice. And how long will that take? A few weeks at most. Unfortunately, we may have to look for alternatives rather than waiting for the ice to break up. Are you sure it's a lost cause? You never know, but wouldn't take the chance. Leaving the Temperance and making camp on ice is something we will have to consider. Aye, the longer we stay on the ship, the more fuel we're having to burn, not to mention risking another boiler incident. Yes, that matter almost cost lives. Having a smaller camp burns through much less oil. And without enough fuel to survive a winter, we're dead. I don't think I need to tell you that. Would not be quite so quick to pack up and move out just yet. Why is that? The ship is shelter, the ship is safety. Currently there are quite a few hunting opportunities presented to us. We'll need to gather more food if we're to survive, and the ship provides a safe area to hunt from. Right, and most of the crew aren't ready to give up yet either. They're stubborn, just as any crew should be. I would rather not play into stubbornness when lives are on the line. He has a point. Crew thinks we gave up too early, they'll resent the captain for it. Though now we have a serious bloody flooding problem. We do? Aye, you might have noticed if you left your damn forecastle. It is safer to take the time to gather what we need before we leave rather than raid the ship once we make ice. Well, the answer lies with the captain. Should we move off the ship this week? Yeah. We're moving on the ice. Let him know. When we remove the boiler from the furnace, that's when we'll make our move. When you feel ready to go, just go to the boiler room. Okay, but let's listen to what people want this week. Cordell, Captain. Dogs appear to be struggling in the on-deck kennels. They require a more secure form of shelter from the environment. Dogloos, I believe they're called. Yes, it requires some hands to work on constructing them. It's for the health and the safety of the pack. Yep, gotta take care of the dogs. Tucker. Mast was damaged when the ship was being tossed. Best get someone to fix it before the Temperance is freed. Why? Freed? Aye, the ship could come loose at any moment. Heading up to repair is a massive, dangerous task. We don't even know if the ship will sail. Unnecessary. The ship's not going nowhere. There's always the off chance. Not always. Mr. Zack. I was summoned by Mr. Templeton. Yes, Mr. Isaac. This is regarding your personal item? What do you mean? I felt it pertinent to let the captain know you are carrying a weapon. Why did you bring a gun, Isaac? Personal safety, of course. Perhaps this is my unfamiliarity with expeditions, but I was surprised the others did not bring an item to protect themselves. Many of the crew cannot afford such an item to themselves. Captain, it is up to you on what to do with this revolver. With all due respect, this is my personal item, Captain. It is the captain's right to requisition any weapons on the ship. That includes your own. Okay. We leave the man with the gun. That doesn't seem good. Do we give it to the hunter? I like her. Or do we just take it from him? He's not going to be happy if I take his guns, though. That's like politics #1, right? Well, I said I was going to roleplay a psychopath, so give me the weapon. Very well, Captain. I understand. Oh no, he's demoralized. I'm gonna go have him talk to the camera lady about why he brought a gun. I doubt the sailors would take too kindly to such a thing. Yeah, I agree. And I got a revolver now, so... Shaw? There's a rumor going around amongst the crew. They're saying the ship is haunted by the ghost of Captain Hunt. What a ridiculous tripe. I thought you'd want to put a stop to it. Oh, they want me to confirm it because I'm telling them to shut up. I'd best be on the lookout for Hunt's ghost, then. Watch yourself, Shaw. Head to the boiler when you wish to abandon the ship. Suggest we do sooner rather than later. We got work to do, though. We found a hunt. We found another hunt. Found another hunt. So we got lots. We got lots we can hunt. Let's get some penguin. Centashi, Cavity, Grunt's dad, gnomes. Yeah, we're gonna get lots of penguins. Now we're out of dog power. Got anything for the hoosh? Spoiled rations. Yeah, we don't want these anymore. I guess I'll throw them in the furnace. Get rid of those seals. They're not worth very much in food. $58 would leave me at 87. Yeah, that's perfect. 95 food. Hey, camera lady. I got someone who's kind of mad. Interview that scientist. Interview him hard. Take some free coal. And we'll put the scientists to work. We need all the coal we can get. We can abandon ship, or we can feed the furnace. Let's have dinner before we go. Crew have their meal. And I swear, when that hook came swinging, Captain Hunt had to pull me down. That was 5, 6 years ago. I had no clue what I was doing. Both of us nearly lost an eye that day. Same expedition, Ward lost his arm. Half the time, I don't think Hunt knew what he was doing either. Well, you got a new captain now. I'll steer you right. Didn't see you there, Shaw. Did you need something? I just wanted to commend you both for keeping spirits high. Well, it's, business as usual. Worried about the vote. Oh, are you worried? I'm curious why you voted the way you did. Why we voted for Hunt? It should be obvious, he's our captain. Alright, let's leave it at that, Grimney. Nice of you to check in, Shaw. I think it's time the crew called it a night. Is there an issue I'm not aware of? Word to the wise, Robin. I have nothing against you, but we sure don't know you either. It's gonna take more than simple pleasantries to earn Grimley's trust. You ever had pancakes, Shaw? Served some for Captain Hunt once, and he started demanding them every time. Can only have them early into a trip, though. Ingredients don't keep that long. Stop, you're making me hungry. Well, don't expect me to whip up anything this late. Hey, Grimley. Miss the water. Got used to playing on a rockin' ship. Start to feel sick when I'm off for too long. Is it myself? That sense of constant movement? Nothing like it. Aye, you get it. Don't like stillness. I like feeling like I'm going somewhere. Fair enough, bud. Fair enough. One of Templeton's team tried to talk to me while I was working. They were going on and on about their spouse or something. Ended up telling them to fuck off. I think they got the message. You have full permission to do so anytime your work is interrupted. Didn't need permission. But hi, I knew you'd understand. Yo, Templeton. Evening, Captain. Have you been reading that textbook? I understand if you do not have the free time. Yeah. I have been reading. It's very interesting. Good. Yeah, he gave me a book about flowers. That's kind of nice. I don't seem to actually have the ability to read it, but... Yo, Kurt! It's rather morbid, Shaw, but our last conversation had me wondering about those children of mine. Specifically, I wondered on whether I'd see them ever again. It's not something you should imagine, I know, but the threat always exists on these expeditions. I signed on knowing that. They must be proud to have such a famous explorer for a father. You would think. A famed man makes for a busy man makes for an absent man. Yeah. There are only so many gifts you can send across the sea, Robin. That is true. Kids don't care if you're successful, they just care if you're a parent. That's how they go sometimes. That's how the cookie crumbles. No signs of change, I take it? Afraid not, Templeton. The ice is yet to budge. Moving to the ice looks like more and more a necessity as I see it. You may just be right, chum. Team of scouts best be keeping their focus. If we cannot find a way from this pack... Ah, Captain, I wouldn't worry about the ice. My team will find a path, I have no doubt. At ease, Kurt. You're doing good work. Thank you, Captain. Promise my team won't go lazy. This is certainly not the place for it. True! What do you have in your pocket? What's it matter to you? Hunched over, clutching something. It's suspicious. I'm holding an egg. An egg? Why? Keep my hands warm. Boiled egg keeps the heat. That is actually rather ingenious. We know the cold. Better than you lot, anyway. It was good to hear that Turner recovered from their wounds. That incident with the boiler was dire. Nothing else, we can take solace in avoiding a life being lost. Good evening, Captain. Will this take long? The dogs are fed and rested. However, I dislike leaving them alone. Do you dislike leaving the dogs, or do you dislike joining the crew? I have no dislike for your crew, Shaw. I simply have no interest in their personal affairs. They are people. They seek their survival. That's all I need to know. He's a good doggo. Dogs need their rest, as do I, as do you. We do not need our rest. What we need is to abandon Shipperoni. Abandon ship! The furnace is torn from the boiler. We're heading out, then. Best tell the lads. We're moving out. Yep, Captain's orders. For now, we should focus on setting up a campsite on the ice. Leave the equipment hauling for later. No worries, I'll get them to work. We'll have a camp set up before you know it. You're taking that with you? I can't go a day without it, can you? Oh, the crew like the music. Fair enough, you better get to hauling them lifeboats next. They're a little bit more important than an accordion. I know. Arf, arf. Calm, Stanberry. We're simply moving on to the ice. Arf. Yes, it's all very exciting. The rest of you behave yourselves. You'll be treated to an extra helping of soup.
Well, there we have it. The heart of the ship ripped clean from her chest, but she still beats for the crew. How long were you waiting on that one? Well, 'cause it was shite. No time for poetry. Captain, let's get this bloody furnace set up on the ice. Okay. Put my furnace on the furnace. And there we go, we got a little camp. Oh yeah, look at that. That's quite the camp, actually. What are you doing up there? Now's the last chance to get a shot like this. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry, I've done it before, but don't tell the captain. Okay. There, perfect. Farewell, Temperance. Captain, I hope your new lodgings are to your comfort. If not, I'm afraid you'll have to power through until rescue. We say goodbye to the Temperance, but our work is far from over. Nothing protect us from the ice now. That is to be expected. The Temperance could scarcely protect us for much longer. You've done well to already strip the lower decks of the ship. Perhaps the wildlife should be our next focus. Regardless, we need our wits about us. We stand alone against the ice now. Oh yeah, we've got a whole different setup here. But it does know that I've already used up all my resources. Gonna keep standing there or give us something to burn? Yeah. 107. That's good. The hoosh pot. We're good on food. Oh, these little dots are people. Hey, Grimly. I tried to separate my developing equipment from your tools as best I could while setting up. We wouldn't want for any of them to be mixed up now, would we? It's quite alright. I hope my work doesn't distract from your own. We'll just have to make do. Suppose if the tent space is the chief of our worries, we consider ourselves lucky, right? Yes, I suppose so. Something wrong? You just seem awfully young for this role. Well, I am. I'll take that to mean you're an overachiever for your age. Good evening, Captain. I was just growing used to sleeping on a moving ship before we became trapped in the ice, you know. Now, I think I won't have a good night's sleep until we return to land. You'll get used to it. Goodness, I hope not. I can't imagine much worse than this becoming the norm. Apart from the friendly company, of course. Captain. Captain, is there anything you miss from home? I don't mean anything important. I'm sure there's people you miss. I mean small comforts. Does warmth qualify? Well, you certainly aren't alone there. I doubt I'll ever grow used to the cold. Personally, I miss tea. I would drink a cup every morning and right before sleep. Didn't think I would miss such a simple habit so much. Yeah, some tea sounds good, actually. I have some, it's like honeybrush and mandarin orange tea, herbal tea. It's real good. Dogs need their rest, as do I, as do you. I'm flattered, but I really be getting some sleep. Okay, everyone wants to go to bed, so I guess we're just going to bed, ending week 6. Damn, this game just deletes time, huh? Like, been doing this for 3 hours now, holy shit. Tashi, Gnome's Cavity, and Runt's dad return from hunting with 5 penguins. The dogs are rested, another week on the ice, naked in the wind. Mr. Zack raised their spirits, speaking to Kasha, no longer demoralized. I love how you can just tell someone to fuck off and then send them to go have an interview. Okay, we got week 7. What's on the menu this week? All the penguins. Well, that was a little weird. Little UI glitch. Yeah, look, I lost a penguin. That's weird. I came back with 5, but by adding them and removing them to the pod, I lost one. Oh yeah, we need to focus on food. She needs fuel for the week. 102, that'll do. Alright, let's see what they want. We got Grim. What's up, Grim? We want to survive out here, we'll need wood. Can be burned for fuel or to repair the lifeboats. I only see one source of wood here on the ice, Stoke. Are you suggesting we strip the Temperance before it goes under? The ship isn't surviving either way. With the furnace out, it's only a matter of time before it goes under. We should strip it for all we can. If we have time, that is certainly something to consider. Aye, if you salvage any, can be fed to the furnace or brought to me for boat repairs. Okay, cool. Hammond! Temperance life is short, but we're in luck. Some good fortune? The lower decks are flooding quick, but that's fine. The coal is still usable. We should grab as much as we can before she goes under. We should grab as much coal as possible. Junior. I was investigating the tin foods. I should have expected this. They were spoiled. May not be pleasant, but if it can be eaten without poisoning the crew, it may serve as rations. Hard to tell for certain. Well, it's certain to taste like death, but it may still be edible. The may in that sentence is not so comforting. Food is food, but I'm not sure it's worth the risk. I have no intention of poisoning the crew. Okay, we got some options. We have a lot of fuel. Oh. Talk to the journalist. As it stands, Kasha Belford's record is what stand the test of time when this expedition is spoke of. It seems she has not made allies of the crew. How so? Sailors of this crew are a private lot. They do not take kindly to the prying eyes of a landlubber, as they would say. Remember, Captain, she controls the story. She controls your story. Best to have a word. Reputation can be fragile. You do not need an unflattering image at a time like this. That's fair. Fucking hell. What's it this time, Tucker? These bloody cigs aren't worth the shit I stepped in. You're the only man I know who can step in shit on ice, mate. Ha! Bloody right. Nobody in the dog castle. It's interesting the locations are still there, eh? Build the dogloos. Yes, I said I was going to do that. Make the runt do it. Runt, one arm, and gnomes. Okay, we've got dogloos. Makes our doggos happier. I'm gonna pet the doggo. Okay, we need to go, like, ham on hunting. That's what needs to happen, so... Going hunting. Do we need to scout? No. Tucker, Quilsley, and York the Flurred and Flick. Well, it's a different hunt. We'll send most of the engineers and scientists. Going to get some fish. Mr. Gloss, Mrs. Gloss, and Grips. Very good. And then let's go into the ship here. Take my free spoiled rations. I can burn them probably. Take my free coal. My folks to harvest more coal. Boiler room is completely flooded, can't use it no more. So yeah, we want to get the coal and then we want to strip the lumber, I think. Oh, they have to do research there. For each of your research, you'll gain 3 decorum. I see. When was the last time you slept, Chief? Got a good couple hours a while back. Couple? You're gonna work yourself to death before we even make it to land. Heard that before. But it hasn't bloody happened yet. Back to work. Yep. The crew have their meal. The crew return to their post. Despite the time, it's still bright outside, and we can talk to Kasha. As you step to her side, she raises her head and looks at you. Why don't you join the camp proper? I'm trying to get a proper angle, of course, something that really captures Kurt's height and personality. I suppose a close-up would be best, but... You intimidated? Of course not. Why would I be intimidated? Is it really that obvious? It's simply that I followed Kurt's expeditions a lot as a child, so seeing him in person is, odd. Is he shorter than you expected? He's taller, actually. It's more that. Up until now, he's been just an idea? Does that make any sense? This is serious, Kasha. Now is hardly the time to have a celebrity crisis. Sorry, Captain. This isn't something you need concern yourself with. Well, I'll leave you be. I'm still looking for the right shot. Oh, look at it. You got all these dialogues here. You zoom in and it actually increases the fidelity of the camp quite a bit. Yorick! Captain, you look like you could use some more to eat. Taking up the responsibility of captain is admirable as it is unenviable. Please, help yourself to of my own rations. Frankly, I'm stuffed. No, thank you. Oh well, the offer's always there. You get your photo snapped by that photographer too? Aye. She's a landlubber for sure, treating us like we're some novelty. I don't have much problem with it. Good conversation at least. I'd rather less good conversation out here. Worked with a lot of captains in my time. Half of them don't know their arse from their elbows. You're different from most of them. Better or worse? Different. We'll see, won't we? Good to see you don't hide away from crew in the evenings, Shaw. Didn't know what to make of you at first. Call me Captain, bitch. I think Saw... How dare you? I am sending you to your death. I won't forget this, Junior. And there I was, face to face with a leopard seal. Dangerous creatures, cannot be mistaken for your average seal. Natural hunters, much faster on land than you'd expect. How'd you deal with that, then? I was lucky I had my hunting shotgun at the ready. We were feasting on leopard seal that night. Of course, all the times the crew weren't filming. Ah, pull the other one. It's true. This other time, Kurt continues to ramble on. It seems he'll be doing this for a while. Yeah. Shaw, it has been quite some time since we met. When I first met you at the docks, I found it difficult to read you. Are your thoughts different now? That remains to be seen, does it not? I can say I did not see this turn of events ahead of us. Building next to my kennels would often play music on a phonograph. I would hear it through the open window. For months on end, I could hear it as I worked. Over time, I had grown used to it. I never took you to enjoy music. And why is that? You assume me entirely joyless? I have interests beyond my work. Ooh, pissed her off, okay. Been trying to come up with a new song. Something about seals, I'm thinking. Hard to think, though. Winds are too distracting. But I haven't had a new song in a while. Creative sort, then? I suppose. Don't write anything down. It's just off the top of my head. You're not married, are you, Shaw? Take it from me, if you ever do find yourself wedded, it's never as easy as it looks. What brought this on? Late evening on the ice grants you quite a lot to look back on. I've had a long life to look back on, Shaw. Oh, Kurt's growing increasingly depressed. That photographer Belford? What about her? Did she come snooping around your tent as well? I caught her prying a couple times. I can guess. She found nothing on you? Nope. No, she did not. We could all learn something from you, Tashi. Okay. So, take a look at the map. I don't think I left any workers left to go hunting, so I guess the dogs just get a break. How is the ice changing? Yeah, there might have been something there. Oh, looks like we're done for the week. It's -17. We're probably going to have to turn up the heat this week. Yeah, I can't go on half fuel anymore. Ooh, that's rough. Alright, end of week 7. Tashi, 2 Johns, Lefty, and Cavity return from hunting with crab-eater seals. Tucker, Quilsley, York the Third, and Flick come with crab-eater seals. The Glosses and Grips come with some fish. Dogs are rested. Another week on the ice, and they got cold. Week 8. Alrighty. Ah, Doctor, how are you holding? Still finding yourself with bouts of sickness? No, that isn't a problem. It was only seasickness. Now that we're no longer at sea, my stomach is settled. Yeah, for the most part. If you ever feel the quizziness set in once more, I learned an old trick on my travels. Simply close your eyes and count backwards from 10. Worked a treat for me in my youth. Right, I'll try that. This doctor is so... Oh boy. Uh-oh. We got some fancy music here. What's going on? Uh-oh. Yeah. I guess I should have stripped that timber, huh? She's gone. Heads hang low amongst the crew. No doubt. Yeah, I guess we don't have a ship anymore. Alright, let's see what people want to do today. Stanberry? Arf. Should you not be with your master, dog? Please do not bother the captain. Apologies, Shaw. No doubt Stanberry smelled the scent of the latest catch on you. The latest catch? Some fish was added to the stores, I take it. Stanberry has quite the taste for it. Are you suggesting we feed it to the dogs? If you wish. I assure you they have enough to eat, though. I'm certain the pack would enjoy that, but we cannot allow them to grow spoiled. Come, Stanberry. Odd creatures. I am definitely going to give the dogs some fish. Captain, take a look at this. Before the ship sank, I was checking the cabins of, well, the missing crew. Seems they left behind a good amount of their belongings, a few good books and the like. Not much use for them now. I'll put them at the top of the list to burn for fuel. We can't do that. Yes, we can. We are in need of as much fuel as we can find, Belford. You will need a good reason to preserve them. These aren't simply novels the missing crew brought with them for leisure. They left their journals behind, their diaries, logs of their life on the ship and before. This can't be burned. Captain, I request that I hold on to these journals for use in my report. I think the rest of the crew would appreciate their stories being preserved. I suppose the sailors would not take kindly to burning the remnants of their lost colleagues. Aye, but what else do we have? Not much else we can burn, is there? No, keep the books. I'll burn the bodies. Better find something to burn, Captain. We can't hold on to everything. Alright, Junior. Shaw, I don't suppose you've been keeping track of the days. Of course I have. Well, you'll be pleased to know that today is Imbolg. I am not aware of such an occasion. Not surprised you wouldn't recognize it. To us, it's a major holiday. Don't expect to ask the day off. No, Imbolg often comes with a traditional feast. I thought it might be good to hold one, for the sailors' sake. Yeah, we're okay. We went hard on food, right? Cool. Now Junior's on my side again. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to do that. The crew have their meal. Crew return to their post. Despite the time, it's still bright outside. Let's go to the Hoosier. Got anything for the Hoosh? I sure do. Have a penguin. Have all the seals. All the seals. And you know what? We're going to throw in some ale as well. Well, you can burn the seals too. Oh. So if you put the fish in the hoosh, you get doggo points back. That's good to know. We have some tinned lemons, in case we get scurvy. Okay. To Imbolg! Good to hear. Alright, lads. It'll be a while before we get to eat like this again. Soak it in. That's fair. This is like the last time I'm gonna feed them well. Watching those young pups, don't know how I had that much energy once. Ah, you're not alone there, friend. Hard to remember the days I moved without this cane. Harder to remember having both eyes. They'll look like us one day. Well, let's hope not. Gonna call it a night. See you for breakfast. Okay. Templeton. He's going to bed. Yo, camera lady. Captain. On evenings like this, my good friend Caroline and I would often play chess by the fireside. Makes me wish I had brought a board with me. Shame you didn't. I'd enjoyed a game myself. Indeed. Just have to make do with what we have. Perhaps Mr. Templeton. Yet, Templeton does seem like the jigsaw puzzle sort, doesn't he? Hey, Nutley. When did you become a doctor? Oh, that was quite recent. I'm young into this line of work. Do you think I could be a doctor? Well, if you study, yes. Can I have one of your books? Of course. The doctor hands him a small book. Runt leaves excited. Evening. I found some old tickets in my luggage to a play I planned to see before we departed. Unfortunately, it was delayed due to several accidents. People were beginning to say the production was cursed. I never believed in curses, but after this expedition, well... You're a man of science, Doctor. Try not to give in to baseless superstition. I am not making him happy with me. No, we got Hammond. Can't tend the furnace if I'm yet yabbing to you. Night. Keep her lit, Captain. Hey, raise the heat. Well, we've got a good bit of coal for now, so let's stock up. Let's go see the doggos. He's a good doggo. Kennels, you spot a pair of dogs engaged in aggressive conflict. Teeth bared and snarling, the two creatures snap at each other. Cordell is nowhere to be seen, but the kennel's master's whip has been left aside, resting atop a crate. As you look on, the fight begins to intensify. Grab the wick, crack the whip. As you raise the whip, readying it to crack, a voice from behind interrupts you. Just what do you think you're doing, Shaw? Oh, Cordella's here. Put that silly thing down. The whip is only for matters of life and death. Neither of them are going for the throat. These boisterous displays are common amongst the pack. A simple feed and they'll stop. Shaw, if you see something concerns my pack, inform me before you decide to do something foolish. Okay, apparently I can't beat the dogs. I guess. That's reasonable. Okay, they're tired, but... yeah, gotta send them to hunt. Oh, shoot. And now I don't have, crap. That wasn't smart. Crap. Well, that's week 8. I made a little mistakes there, but... I thought I had more, yeah, I got some seals, but that's... Oh no, one of my scouts got frozen too. Shit. Dude, this guy just keeps getting demoralized. End of week 8. Tashi, Quilsley, York III, and Flick return with seals. The dogs are rested. Flick became freezing. Two Johns cured of freezing. Mr. Gloss is demoralized. Week 9. Alright, we'll go to week 10. End of week 10, and then we're calling it. Well, seems the crew are adapting nicely. They're getting on with their jobs like clockwork. Feels like we're on the ocean again. I know we're on the long haul. Well, see to it they're keeping up the good work. And you see to it they're entertained. Aye. You're short on words, aren't you? Prefer to talk through your music, eh? A sailor with the heart of a poet. Sure. Shit. Is there a problem, Hammond? No force of habit. Don't need me asleep at the post. You need something, Captain? You should get some rest. I'm not mad, Captain. I get rest when I can. I know what I'm doing, Shaw. That's what you're wondering. Don't need anything. I'll be getting back to work. Captain, we had our share during the hunting season, but that appears to be winding down. I wouldn't put my faith in there being abundance of game in the coming weeks. Oh shit. tried to separate my developing equipment. Oh, I already saw this one. I still think of Nutley as my father's name. I see. Perhaps you prefer Arthur then? Arthur is also my Oh, how unfortunate. For now, I'll stick with Doctor. Is that okay? Of course. You go talk to Glossley. Oh, and I got a research for doing so. That's nice. Okay, let's take the requests. Cordell. Captain, thank you for building the proper shelter. I appreciate the assistance. Dogs are an important factor in this expedition. I'm certain you and your kennel will repay us in kind. You need not worry about that, Mr. Templeton. Again, thank you, Shaw. Junior! Shaw, I got a matter we need to settle with you. I don't see the problem here. Tucker was going through his personal belongings in the ship, and we found this. A tin of treats, biscuits, confectionaries. Quite a lot. Now, I was hardly hiding them away. They're just my own private selection. A gift from my grandmother before the expedition. Baked them herself. I understand you see these as your personal effects, and that was true at a point. But it stands. As it stands, food is food, and we need all we can. You cannot reasonably hoard it to yourself. They're hardly filling. They're just some biscuits. They're filling enough. Listen, now's not the time to keep something like that to yourself. Yeah, if we start letting them hoard food... Hang on to them, but I might take them later. Of course, of course. But thank you, Captain. Okay, a lot less requests from the crew. I think they're figuring out I got a lot of shit to deal with here. Okay, let's do some scouting. Found food. Some more scouting. Found more food. I seem to have gotten the smoking man in there twice. I'm cheating now. Interesting. Tashi, 2 Johns, and Runt go for a hunt. Oh, this hunt only allows 2 people. Large game is dangerous. Despite how many assigned, someone will be wounded. Okay? Why won't it let me send them? Oh, I don't have enough dog energy. Okay, so that's where we'll put in our fish. And we'll put in our seals. Little glitchy there as well, it seems. Yeah, I think that's the best we can do right now. Coal goes in, we stay alive. Oh no, I don't need to do that, because I put her in the doctor's office. You know, I'm gonna hang on to those instead of burn them, just in case. I might be able to, like... Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I can go back to the map, and I can do a hunt with Dad and Smoking Man. Very good. Let's have dinner. Crew have their meal. Crew return to their posts. There's more RP events to check out. Hey, Junior. He's going to bed. What's that? One of the doctor's books. Since when could you read? It's got pictures, Dad. You're interested in medicine, are you? A little. Better work than this, anyway. Yeah, that's good. If anything happens to Arthur, that kid's the new doctor. Barely taste any of these fucking cigs. What brand are they, anyway? Apperton. Same group who tins those peaches. Yeah, they're shite. At least there's plenty of it. Would rather there wasn't. You'd rather be craving at a time like this? Suppose not. There's just... I don't know. What do they know about tobacco? Fair point. Evening, Captain. There was a song that found itself stuck in my head earlier. The dogs were pleased when I began humming it. I fear I may have to make it a habit. Music reminds me of home. Is it the same for you? There's no home to be reminded of. I prefer to keep moving. Perhaps the ability to do so is what I miss. Roo. 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 Hey, Grim. Oh, he's going to bed. He's going to bed, too. Reading, Mr. Templeton? Yes, though it's difficult to find light. Do those your age still read, or has intellectualism passed us by? Well, I haven't read chilling horror like yourself. Is that a collection, Mr. Templeton? It is a good read, nonetheless. Okay, so I've loaded up on food, got the dogs happy, got everyone set up here, so we're done for the week. Yeah, we have to use a whole... End of week 9. Tashi, 2 Johns, and Runt return with 4 seals. Tucker and Runt's dad return with 2 elephant seals. Dogs are rested. 2 Johns is freezing. Tucker is freezing. Tucker is wounded. Flick is no longer freezing. Mr. Gloss is no longer demoralized. So it looks like old Tucker's going in the medical tent. Alright. Week 10. We got, what was it? 40 weeks total to get through? Shit looking dicey. Whoa. If I put an elephant seal in the furnace, it cures freezing. I might have to do that. Who's demoralized? That'll give us enough food for the week. Keep her lit, Captain. Yep. We're gonna burn a seal. Yeah, that should do. Oh, shit. Yeah, he's gotta rest. He's beat up and he's freezing. That's actually fairly efficient. And who is sad? Alright, let's see what they want this week. Days are getting darker, Captain. Crew's been asking about using more oil to fuel the lamps. I told them to piss off, but I figured I should ask you. Lamplight is not an unreasonable request. The oil's for the boiler. More important than making dinner brighter. It also makes it easier to do their work, Mr. Hammond. Aye, well, it's the captain's decision. Give them some oil. Alright then. After dinner, we should have a discussion about the future direction of this crew. I suppose we should consider moving camp closer to the direction of rescue. Indeed, as for when that should be, well, we'll talk later. Very well. Okay. So we're kind of getting into the flow of things here, huh? We got a scout. Flick, what you finding? Some small pengies. Ooh, and we can go out on the distant island now. Got some fish. And we got some more fish. Okay. So I think I need to put the fish... Oh, go back. I need to put the fish in. So we get 1 doggo energy. Yeah, we're hurting. Shit. Game's hard. So we need to go for the fish. Send the runt and the gnome. And we don't seem to have any resources to, can't, like... I should have farmed the coal and stuff more, I guess. Let's have dinner. The crew have their meal. Return to their post. It's still light outside, but now we can talk to people, maybe. You wish to speak to us, Kurt? Indeed I did. Have you noticed anything about the ground beneath our feet, Captain? Yeah, that's... It's not about to give way, is it? Not immediately. We're looking at the early stages of this ice breaking apart. We don't want to join the dear old Temperance. We'll need to be moving out within the week. Is that so? We start packing tomorrow. We'll be safe to move on at the beginning of next week. Any longer than that, and we'll be dipping our toes in the water. Well, it is inevitable. We require constant moving. Even ignoring the changing ice, our rescue vessel will not be searching for us here. You couldn't have told me sooner? Ice is fickle, Captain. It's not easy to get a solid confirmation. Told you as soon as I knew. Stay is death. We're moving on. Thank you, Kurt. Have a good evening, Templeton, Captain. Yeah. Doctor, you seem worse for wear. Sorry, I've had not much sleep. Something disturbing your rest? Just some bad dreams. Ah, shame. Get some rest early, Arthur. I'll inform you if there's an emergency. Oh, thanks, Kurt. You can thank me with a good night's sleep. We'll have to move camp within the coming week. Aye, if we wait around here any much longer, we'll be swallowed up. Captain Shaw has been cautious, and we are still set the match. The arrival of rescue. Aye. Let's not waste any more bloody time. The boiler can't last forever. Ooh. Yeah, she's got something to say. Come, Josephine, in my flying machine. Ah, apologies. The tune has still not left my head. At the very least, I've found a manner to calm the pack. You could ask Grimley. I bet he could learn the song. Perhaps, but no, I will not intrude upon their nightly entertainment. I am certain it is not something the crew would much care for. He stares at you before nodding to his sleeping bag. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk. You know, the weeks are really picking up clip now. Oh, and it's negative 28. Hang on. Needs fuel. Yeah, we're okay with this. End of week 10. Tashi, 2 Johns, and Runt, and Gnomes get 4 fish. Dogs are rested. Runt got frozen. Tucker was cured. 8 weeks at the Temperance camp, week 11. I said I was going to call it here, right? Oh, we don't get to do anything except click this. Move to the next camp. After a hard morning dragging the boats, the crew come across a deeper snow ahead. Captain, the snow on the ice is getting deeper. We'll need to find a better path before dragging the whole crew through it. I'll be happy to take up the reins. Best we leave that one to your scouts, Mr. Darling. The ice behind us is encroaching. We needn't lag behind a man with a cane. This old limp isn't that bad, Templeton. It's bad enough. Time is of the essence. Very well. You can't go wrong with my team anyway. Any one of them are capable of finding us a path in the ice. Captain, if you want to judge the course yourself, you should go ahead with them. Ill-advised. We don't know what lies ahead. Best not to take any unnecessary risks. Do I go with them? Yeah, I'll go with the scouts. Obviously, it's going to be Flick. You and Flick trudge your way ahead, keeping an eye out for dips in the snow that could damage the boats. It isn't long before you both hear a sound ahead where the ice is thinner. Stop. The eggshell surface of the floes erupt, revealing a large, slimy creature, mouth agape with piles of razor-sharp teeth, expectant. Leopard seal! Grab the revolver, steady your aim. Beast continues unhindered. Fear mixes with snow, freezing Flick in her place. Fire! Fire upon the leopard seal, bullet piercing the tough skin of the creature, but it continues its charge. The animal is gaining speed, closing the distance. Fire! It's now about 10 yards between Flick and the beast. Fire! The animal charges into Flick, knocking them over in the snow. Fire! The beast sinks its teeth into the crew member. They die. Fire! I just lost my favorite scout. Gonna harvest it anyway. Nutley evacuates the contents of his stomach to the ice. I will feed the fish to the dogs. Shit. I just lost my favorite ninja scout because I decided to use the pistol. Now here's the question, can we cheat? So there's the question. Can I go back and just do that again? Yeah, looks like I can. Interesting. Hammond wants the lamplight. Furnace comes first. Kurt's gonna tell us about moving. Okay. There was someone who was messed up, right? Yeah. Okay. And then, we're gonna hoosh. That wasn't quite enough hoosh, was it? Elephant seal. There we go. And then for fuel, we also have to put an elephant seal in. This is buggy. Okay, elephant seal, 1 coal, 2 coal. That's good. Scouting. Found some pengies. Take a lot of those pengies. Scout. Found more pengies. Make the scientists go hunting because they haven't seemed too useful lately. And we gotta go to the hoosh. We'll put the fish in. That gives us another scouting point. We can scout ahead a little bit. Got us more penguins. Okay. Have dinner. So I'm not gonna save scum too much, but you know, I had to test it, right? Talk to her, she's singing a sing. Sound like you have classical training. Are you complimenting or interrogating? Regardless, you grant me far too much credit. Wow, I said something nice and she answered so nasty. About to give way, is it? Blah blah blah, we gotta leave. We leave in a week. Okay, let's try this again. Got 10 penguins, rest of the dogs. Runt got sick and frozen, Mrs. Gloss got frozen. Tucker's healed up. Perfect. Week 11. Now we get to choose. I'm going to try the shotgun. Yeah, I'm going with them. Just in case we don't make it, I'm going to send Quillsley instead of the acrobat lady, who I really, really like. Stop. Leopard seal! We're going to use the hunting shotgun. Fire! Reload. Reload. Fire! Nice. Harvest it for food. Take the fish's rations. Just don't tell them they're slimy stomach fish. Okay, we'll do 1 week at the second camp, and then that's probably good for a session. A new camp has been erected on the ice floe. The prospect of land is still far off from here. Tracks were found in snow, a frozen coat. Proof that if nothing else, Hunt and his group were able to survive beyond the boiler incident aboard the Temperance. Should we catch up to him, I may just kill Hunt myself. The discovery of his tracks may have filled the crew with some hope, but one can't help but feel a great resentment towards the man in turn. A traitor, a craven, a deserter. He has little right to have survived as long as he has, leaving his own crew in such a state. The leopard seal attack. The crew were ambushed by a leopard seal moving the camp. It was fortunate that all managed to escape with their lives. It was quick thinking and the appropriate resources that won out the day for the crew. That vigilance is to be kept up at all times, lest the crew meet with a true disaster. The leopard seal was but a warning of the dangers that rest on the ice. By all estimates, it appears that summer has arrived on the ice, a prime occasion for hunting and comparable respite from the truly freezing temperatures, the worst of which are yet to come. With the arrival of summer comes the promise of winter. Hunting, scouting, even opportunity for play amongst the crew. Such things will be an impossibility once winter weather worsens in the coming months. Now is the time to make use of this relative freedom to its fullest. Temperance went under, finally consumed by ice. The old vessel had become home for a crew. Even when trapped in ice, it served as a constant presence, a monument to the world that we traveled from, the world that we left behind. See it go, waved heavily on the crew. That beast was quite the specimen. I wonder if we'll see another of its kind. We sure will. It was so big. You think there's another one out there? Probably. The dogs have been an edge since that creature attacked. They prefer to be the hunters on the ice. Let us hope we never see a repeat of that. Yeah, well, you know. He's pet the doggos. He's a good dog. He's good doggos. Hammond? Captain? Close one yesterday, wasn't it? Let's hope there aren't any more beasties out there. Okay, let's see what people want. Captain? The territory of ice we find ourselves on, it would seem we have our pick of the litter. The ice is teeming with life, life that has never encountered our like in the past. We'll be able to hunt to our heart's content. Seems it would be wise to spend time here. It would seem that way. However, we will not be able to stay here forever. Kurt left me his assessment on the coming dangers. The ice is not stable. But simply, we have dead ice encroaching behind us, and the risk of a pressure ridge bubbling up and forming ahead of us. We cannot stay for too long, unless we find ourselves trapped here. Still, that is a worry for another time. For now, our main concern is the crew. What of the crew? The time of this captain as this expedition has surpassed that of Captain Hunt, but that is not the case in the eyes of all. Sailor loyalty runs deep in their veins. Take the Stoke brothers, for instance. They vote against you. They still speak of Hunt as the captain, and they refuse that moniker on you. Every song that Elder One plays on his accordion, they're traditional songs of the sea folk. His loyalty to Hunt is as clear as day. I would be careful around those two. All that is needed is one insubordinate with enough pull to lead the crew astray.
Duly noted, Templeton. I'll be careful.
Regardless, you have some requests to deal with. They're waiting outside. Yep. Request time! We got Cordell saying the area is teeming with life. Naive life at that. These creatures have never seen humans before. They do not even know to run. Some will even approach out of curiosity. In my opinion, we should be engaging in hunts as often as possible while we can. Agreed. Thank you, Cordell. Well, despite it all, we've managed to land ourselves a hefty piece of meat, a leopard seal, and the fish in its belly. It's up to you how we prepare it, Shaw. Feasting on the thing would be nice. No. We shouldn't be wasting stuff. It's going right into the hoosh pot anyway. Captain, I have this bottle of wine in my personal stores. My wife and I planned to enjoy it on our trip home, but it seems that's much farther out than we first believed. So we thought, why not share it with the crew? Bring in the new camp proper. Could I use a little decorum? Add it to the rations. Yep, give it to the cook. 20 food, thank you. Okay, so we're starting to get a little constrained on resources here. Are you just waking now? Couldn't sleep? Scared of another seal attack, eh? Aye. Well, at least you're honest about it. Roo! Okay, so we got 2 cold dudes. Oh yeah, we have to save the leopard seal for later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good for the furnace for now. Heal up our freezing. Very good. Crew need fed for the week. Yeah. That'll do. Okay. Oh, we lost all our scouting. Okay. I guess we gotta scout again. Penguins. More penguins. Go to our hoosh pot. Get one more fish. And let's scout ahead, I guess. A research. Frozen methane. We'll have dinner. Crew are having their meal. Dinner is shared and stories are traded. Well, there's lots of talking we could do now. Look at all this RP. Have you ever attended theater, Captain? It is a luxury I have not indulged in quite some time. A good 10 years, at least. I've seen a few plays. Good to know. Perhaps we can trade experiences at some time. Enjoying the crafted theater, it is quite the escape, Captain. Shame that it is a luxury we cannot carry with us on the ice. Yeah, these days we just Netflix and chill, right? That was definitely Joe's coat we found, right? You think they're all still out there? I wouldn't be surprised. Hunt's tough for an old man. We don't know how long that jacket was there. Don't get your hopes up. Captain, tell them not to get carried away. We can't know anything for certain. Could mean Joe froze to death. Well, don't you have a sunny disposition? Being realistic. True. Timmy, don't be wandering off. I'm fine, Da. Get close to me, you don't know what's out there. I said I'm fine. That kid is gonna go screw us over. You look a bit shaken, Chief. Worried about another attack from some beastie? Aye, more worried about one of them getting onto this boiler. If it's wrecked, we're done for. Think we should have an overnight watch, then? I'll handle that. Of course you. Shawl. Heard the photographer call my songs poetry earlier. Never thought about being a poet. Can't even write. Poetry is oral, too. They might as well sing at that point. Are poets just lazy musicians? Kind of. Captain, you needn't call me here so frequently. This is my rest time with my acquaintance, Mr. Templeton. Suppose the act of survival goes beyond a simple professional relationship. Lost in thought, our encounter with wildlife has left me rather perturbed. We can only be thankful that none were harmed. Indeed. The crew is doing okay, it looks like. Don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Make your way towards the main camp, approaching Kurt as he speaks to Nutley. Well, it's not that I find use in it. I understand. I know the struggles of having so much pressure put on you at a young age. So you're saying you were nervous when you were my age? Ha! No, of course not. I was a 6'5" hooker in rugby. But of course, I can empathize. You approach and you notice Kasha following close behind you, a few steps back with some hesitation. Kurt's eyes catch you. He calls both of you over. Ah, Captain Shaw, I was just helping our good doctor. Our first trip onto the ice has left him shaken, and I'm set to calm his spirits. Nutley's more resilient than he appears. He'll be fine. Nutley is noticeably taken aback by your statement. Do you really think that? Of course, I can see it myself. I know a brave man when I see one, and I'm looking at one right now. Why? Who's behind me? That comment causes Kasha to laugh profusely. Why the laughter? Oh, your serious apologies. Nutley stares at the floor. I probably don't have it in me, not compared to the rest of the crew. The rest? Yes, I look at someone like Hammond rescuing the boiler, how Kasha covered the plagues in the streets, and you with your famous expeditions. What do I have? Kasha steps forward into the conversation. Is that some kind of jape? You're a doctor! You perform surgery! That's brave enough as it is! Oh, thank you. You're a trained surgeon. None of the rest of us can say that. We all need to be brave in our situation. Oh no! Right, I suppose I need to step up. Is that so? Yes, I think when the story is spread to the people back on the mainland, it'll be seen as one of triumph in the face of overwhelming odds. I'll even be sure to sell it that way in my writings. We have a long way to go, but I like your thinking. You know, I was in a situation similar to this a few years back, though not nearly as tumultuous. It's quite the interesting tale if you have time for it. Kasha pulls her notepad from her bag as Kurt begins to regale the camp with another story of his past. The young journalist is keenly taking notes. Oh good, we worked that out. Okay, I think that's everything we can do, right? End of week 12. The furnace is getting expensive there, huh? That's a little scary. But maybe the temperature will change. We got some penguins. Alright, end of week 12. Lefty Tucker Cavity Runt's dad returned with 5 penguins. Tashi Two Johns Runt and Gnomes returned with 5 penguins. Dogs are rest. Cavity, Lefty, Runt, and Tashi got cold. Week 13. This has been a 4-hour streaming session. I think we'd better call it there. This game's delightful, honestly. I'm really enjoying this. Bellular and Bellular Studios, all the folks, good work, honestly. You've got it, right? You've got the narrative, you've got the chilly frostpunk vibes. Take it from me, I'm Canadian, okay? You know, obviously we all live in the tundra in igloos. So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to snow. And this game's got snow vibes, man. It's cozy, it's comfy, it's got a lot to think about as well. Like, for example, how many penguins I'm gonna have to shove into my furnace soon. Yeah. We got a lot of cold people, too. And it does look like the temperature is just going lower and lower and lower. That's depressing. But, be that as it may, I think it's time we take a little breaky break. This is the first 12 weeks of The Pale Beyond. I'll probably upload this as a whole VOD to my VOD channel, and maybe even break this up into little episodes. I think that might be nice content, too. It does look like only a handful of people caught this stream live, so chances are, if you're hearing the sound of this voice now, you're catching the VOD afterwards. So I will remind you that if you haven't subscribed to Dark Scream VODs or Dark Scream Games, feel free. Helps me out, helps you out too. Thanks so much for watching. Again, my name is Dark Scream. Peace. How long is this video going to be? How long is it going to be? What is the total duration of this video?